All right. I'd like to welcome everyone and call the meeting to order. March 11th. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge that we are holding this meeting on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Squamish Nation, Tsleil-Waututh Nation, and Musqueam Nation. We recognize and respect them as nations in this territory, as well as their historic connection to the lands and waters around us since time immemorial. So I would like to have our legislative clerk make a quick announcement.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for the information of everyone in attendance, district IT staff have set out additional chairs and amplified speakers in anticipation of tonight's overflow crowd. However, in order for the sound system to function correctly and to avoid electronic feedback issues, the doors to the council chamber must be closed. These doors are not and will not be locked, and members of the public are still welcome to enter the chamber to place their names on the speakers list and to address council when called upon to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as I call for a motion to approve the agenda, I would ask whether any council member has any urgent business to add to the agenda. Okay, seeing none, I'll get a motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll move that the March 11, 2019 regular council meeting agenda be amended by adding item 2.1 regarding councillors' motion regarding proposed TransLink Marine Drive Corridor B-Line project. Adding to item 3, the minutes of the February 25th, 2019 special open session of regular council meetings and the March 4, 2019 public hearing and summary report by adding item 7.1 regarding proposed zoning bylaw number 4662-2010, amendment bylaw number 5001-2019, development permit 15-049 amendment, and development permit 16-024. Adding item 7.2 regarding proposed road closure, removal of highway dedication bylaw number 5007-2019, and adding to item 9.1 regarding correspondence list, correspondence update to February 15, 2019, and that the agenda be approved as amended.
Second.
Any further questions or discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I'd like to remind the public that if you wish to speak to an agenda item for 3 minutes maximum, please sign up on the speakers list, which is over by the door. Speak clearly into the microphone so that everyone can hear comments, including those who depend on assisted listening devices, and provide your name and address, or name and whether you are a West Vancouver resident for the record. So moving to the first item under reports, 2.1, like to Councillor's motion regarding proposed TransLink Marine Drive Corridor B-Line project. I'll turn it back over to our legislative clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick recap. Notice of the proposed motion was given at the February 25th, 2019 council meeting. At its March 4th, sorry, just a bit of feedback. At its March 4th, 2019 regular meeting, council received public input and passed a motion to close the public input opportunity regarding this item and to defer council's consideration of the item to the March 11th, 2019 regular meeting. As public input on this item is closed, council may consider this motion at tonight's meeting after it has been moved and seconded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so can I get a motion on the floor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the motion as written, I just moved the motion as written. Does anybody want me to read out the entire motion, or is that fine?
Nope.
Is everyone satisfied? Okay.
All right, and can I get a seconder for the motion?
Second the motion.
And I'd like to call on council to determine if, are there any further, any amendments to the motion?
Madam Mayor, there are some friendly amendments to the motion, and I'll ask Mr. Panneton to put those on the screen.
And Madam Mayor, just for clarity, the friendly amendments are in red on the screen here.
Thank you.
So, again, do I need to read out those amendments? Okay.
No,
fine.
you can make a motion. You can just, as written.
Okay. Okay, so I think I should, for the benefit of the public. So among the preambulatory clauses, it has been added, and whereas the district's public consultation only recently completed on February 28th, and council has not yet seen the final results of the public consultation. And whereas, given the current schedule for Beeline implementation, it is recognized that it will not be possible in 2019 for TransLink to take the Beeline service past Park Royal Shopping Centre. Therefore, be it resolved to work with TransLink owners of Park Royal Shopping Centre, Squamish First Nation, to identify possible alternative Lyman's bus lay-by locations for a Beeline terminus option at Park Royal Shopping Centre, and adding, recognizing the district has no jurisdiction over Squamish Nation lands, including the south side of Park Royal Shopping Centre and lands under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Transport and Infrastructure. Further friendly amendments in item 2, a small item substituting traffic priority, or substituting traffic improvement for traffic priority measures, and that's it, I guess.
All right, and so both the mover and the seconder accept or put forward that motion as amended.
I accepted it as a friendly amendment.
All right, so any further amendments before we move into debate on the main motion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to Councillor Lambert's motion. And again, I'll similarly ask Mr. Panneton to put it on the screen. And again, here now we have, hopefully in a different color, there it is in blue, the further amendments to the amended motion by Councillor Lambert and Soprovich. And you'll see that the motion does two things, or the amendments I'm proposing do two things. State specifically that we direct staff to identify other potential options for Beeline service extending beyond Park Royal Shopping Centre that would A, avoid routing adjacent to schools, B, not require restricted access bus lanes in Ambleside or Dunderdrive business districts, as agreed by TransLink, C, minimize the loss of on-street parking, and D, minimize impacts to residential neighborhoods. There's an and, which is not substantive in the third paragraph, and then there's the now fifth paragraph, which would be amended to read, report back to council with their findings on the above and the public consultation results within 30 days, subject to an extension if needed to allow council to decide next steps and the appropriate public consultation. And I will just do, after a last-minute conversation with Councillor Lambert, he's asked that the clause subject to an extension if needed in the last paragraph, Mr. Panneton, he's asked that we amend that to, comma, recognizing that this may only be an interim report at this time, comma, and so that's the motion I want to make, and I'll just describe what the difference is. I initially suggested within 30 days or an extension, recognizing that if staff run out of time to have the discussions to look into potential options, that we should take the amount of time that's necessary to take that, and so it may be more than 30 days. Of course, we're not wanting to prolong this. However, Councillor Lambert pointed out, he said, well, his view, and I think this is his view, is that we should have within 30 days at least an interim report on progress to update the community. And while it may take more than 30 days, I think we all accept that we should at least have some sort of interim report on 30 days as by way of update. Is that, am I characterizing that properly? Okay, well, that's my motion.
Those are your amendments?
Sorry, my proposed amendment.
And are there any, at this point?
It's got to be second first.
Oh, yeah, sorry, second.
And then I'm going to speak to it.
I'll second that, but just to clarify, so on the last paragraph then, report back to council within 30 days, that means there would be a report available for us to read within 30 days. That doesn't mean
It's the final
we have to
report.
be in a council meeting.
Right.
No, so it doesn't have to be our next council meeting. It could be later than that. Okay, so I will, in that case, second those two amendments.
All right, and before we move to debate on the amendments. Are there any questions about the amendments? We've got Councillor Wong. Yeah, unless it's a clarifying question. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Cameron, can you please confirm my understanding of your amendments as I read them? So you are asking for additional reports to be made in addition to Councillor Lambert's report, all of which, both his report and your reports, will be submitted back to council in 30 days for our review before we decide next steps, including going out to community for consultation. Is that correct?
Yeah,
And
with the slight,
Right.
slight correction that it may be an interim report within 30 days, but the idea would be to, as soon thereafter, come out, if it can't be done within 30 days, as soon as possible thereafter. But we will, in any event, have an interim report within 30 days. That's the first thing I would say. And then just to expand slightly on your last point about, that would not come to council for decision on the option or the resolution at that time. If another option is identified, some form of option past Park Royal, it would also be the subject of public consultation at that time.
so theoretically, we will have all the information we will need at that point, correct?
Yeah.
And therefore, my last question, therefore, this amendment to the motion is not council deciding what's happening with the Beeline tonight. It's
No.
just asking for reports on possible options. Is that correct?
I think it's correct, and I would just offer the following reflection. I do think that this, my amendments, and I think Councillor Lambert's motion is intended to send some signals to the community about areas that we're going to focus on more than others going forward, or that at least that's the areas we want to explore before resolving this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong. Are there any other questions before we move into debate on the amendments? Councillor Soprovich, your microphone is on. Do you want to turn that off?
It's off. I'm waiting for the debate.
Oh, okay, well, although on the amendment, just one sec. Do you have a question, Councillor Gambioli? Okay, so just to be clear on the process, once questions are finalized, the mover and seconder on the amendments will have the first right to speak, so you don't have to necessarily press your microphones. I'll be going to Councillor Cameron and Gambioli. But Councillor Gambioli, you have a question?
Yeah, just a clarification question. So I'm assuming then that the mover of the original motion does not accept these as friendly amendments, what's written in blue?
Well,
I'm asking the original mover, because these have to be, but if they're friendly amendments, then
These
it
aren't,
changes.
my understanding, these are regular amendments.
They're not friendly amendments.
Well, I guess we could put that to Councillor Lambert, because if he accepts them, then we don't have to debate them. We would debate them in the ordinary course as a full motion again.
Well, I think it's worthwhile informing the public the process that we got to here, and we spent a little time this afternoon just reviewing that. And
Councillor Lambert, do you want to just direct your answer to the question? I think that when it comes to your time to speak, you may
Okay,
give
but
that background.
It has to do with process. There's my original motion, and originally the amendment that was proposed as an amendment to my motion. Myself and Councillor Soprovich did not accept that as a friendly amendment. And subsequently, Councillor Cameron has taken that amendment with some modifications and put it forward as an amendment to the original motion.
So it's not a friendly amendment to you?
I'm explaining to the people out there
Sorry,
the process and
All
where we
right.
are. Yeah.
that's clear. We're back to debate on now the amendments to the original motion with some friendly amendments. All right, so we'll go to Councillor Cameron first as the mover on the amendment.
Okay, so just briefly, We've all heard on council, and I have personally heard many eloquent and thoughtful submissions on this matter over the past 3 months, and we've all, it goes without saying, we've all been listening to what we've heard. And I think that there's some common themes that have emerged. There's certainly very serious concerns in the community about impacts to business, about worsening congestion, about any routing that's near an elementary school. At the same time, there's also a desire for traffic improvements. There's a commitment to the environment. There's a desire to stimulate the business area, and there's an openness to new ideas and a love of the community. So, we all have experienced and we acknowledge the emotions on this issue, and the fact is this has been a rather difficult process. There's no denying that. And I feel like the public, I recognize that the public wants us to work together to the extent possible on this. And this is my amendments that I'm proposing, which I sort of referred to a couple of weeks ago at the council meeting, are intended to try to find a middle ground with Councillors Lambert and Soprovich, and still explore alternatives. And so there's 3 things that I'm trying to achieve by this these amendments. One is the original motion simply on its face directs more study and about the Park Royal terminus and as other transit improvements. It doesn't, as Councillor Wong alluded to, it doesn't actually make a decision or direct a decision. But despite that, there's many in the community that are interpreting the original motion as a final decision to stop the B-line at Park Royal. And so this amendment I'm proposing so that we have clarity in the community about what we are and are not deciding and how we're going to move forward. So clarity is the first thing. Secondly, consultation. These amendments I'm bringing recognize that the original motion was brought before the public consultation was closed and before that we received a full report on the public consultation process. Obviously, we have some ideas where much of the community is, but we don't have the results of the online survey. We don't have the results of the telephone survey. We don't have summaries from the stakeholder meetings that some of us didn't attend. So I think if you ask people to spend their time and energy giving you feedback, then it behooves council to consider all of that carefully before they make a decision. And so I'm bringing these amendments to preserve the integrity of the process and give respect to those views. And the third thing is compromise, and perhaps that's the number one objective I have with these amendments. I mean, this debate on the B-line has become polarized, and it's quite unfortunate because I do think, as I alluded to earlier, there's a lot of common ground that we share. And I'm hoping through these amendments we can chart a path forward that addresses many of the major concerns that have been raised by the public about the B-line, such as routing near schools, such as the impact of the bus priority lanes, such as loss of street parking, for example, but also chart a path forward that promises the benefits that improved transportation would bring. And I think that it's safe to say that we haven't really heard anybody in the community clamoring to have the B-line near a school. We haven't heard people saying, well, they wouldn't accept a B-line if it didn't have bus priority lanes. So I don't think I'm jumping the public consultation to say, let's try to find something that addresses these concerns at this point. And thirdly, if we can come up with a proposal or a routing that meets the characteristics in paragraph 2 of the amendment, I think we have the possibility for a win-win. We can get the businesses can enjoy retaining their parking and get the benefit of increased transit service. Schools don't have to worry about B-lines going near them, and the public can get better transit and not have the fear of worsening congestion on Marine Drive. So, we can integrate ourselves into the regional transportation, the rapid transportation network, without necessarily suffering the costs that we were facing. So I'm making these amendments in the spirit of clarity, of consultation, of compromise, and I'm hoping, my fervent hope, and perhaps it's naive, but my fervent hope is that we can actually agree to these amendments and move forward as a council unanimously, and with that, I'll listen to what my fellow council members have to say.
Councillor Gambioli, would you like to speak to the motion as the seconder?
So, thank you. Well, I have a lot I could say, but it could be a long night, so I will try to keep it succinct. So I'll say, first of all, that I agree with everything Councillor Cameron has said. I'd like to start by thanking everybody for their feedback. We've had a lot of feedback, probably more than I've ever seen. I would like to thank staff, because our staff have been busy out doing consultations and compiling results and working very, very hard on our behalf, and it has not been easy. And thirdly, I would like to thank Jordan Back and Bowen Ma for adding a little bit of levity in the form of song to this debate recently. I wish I were that good a singer, but I've enjoyed that recent little diddly. So, in general, we on council have been elected to judge the facts and make decisions which are in the best interests of the entire community and for the future of the community. And decisions like this are much, much more complicated than just adding up all the yeses and the nos. We need to be more strategic than that, we need to be more intelligent than that, and we need to combine our existing building blocks of policy with the facts and with staff expertise and with public feedback to make a decision. And then sometimes it involves a lot of courage. So we have a lot of policy in place. We have our OCP, we have our Community Energy and Emissions Plan, we have our Strategic Transportation Plan, we have our Economic Development Plan, and we have the InStep Plan, all of which have had public consultation and all of which support the concept of the B-line. So, in my opinion, we need to use those as the building blocks for decisions like this. And we can't shortcut the process. We can't shortcut the process. And the original motion, in my opinion, was put in place to shortcut that process. So I cannot support the original motion without these amendments. For me, particularly, is the last section with the agreement to finish the public consultation results and compile them so that we can see them. As I said, we have thousands of responses, and staff are very, very busy. The initial public reaction to this proposal was opposition to a number of the parts, but we have also now, in the 3 weeks since this motion was written, many, many hundreds of emails supporting the entire project. So,
Sorry, can I get order? Please be respectful of the speakers.
So I say that for the North Van resident who works here, and to the senior who has just had her driver's license revoked, to the business owner who is now too intimidated to publicly make his feelings known, we must respect the integrity of the consultation process that we have agreed to, and we have to wait to see the results and the analysis. To do otherwise would be irresponsible of each of us. Staff should be allowed to have as long as they need to complete the compilation and analysis of the feedback, and to do it right and to not rush it. There is now no rush. I will accept, therefore, the last part of this motion, although I think 30 days is too short to have a full
Can I get order, please?
to have the results fully analyzed and compiled for us. But I will accept that, recognizing, as we said, that we may need an extension or that would only be an interim report at this time. So I'll just sort of add that the original motion was, in my opinion, misinterpreted by the media as a motion to stop the beeline at Park Royal. It was not, I believe, in my interpretation, a motion to do that. But so just to be clear, this amendment makes it very clear that staff are going to be asked to identify other options for a beeline extending beyond Park Royal within the framework of those 4 points. So I will support this motion with that very clear amendment.
Thank you. And Councillor Soprovich is next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I too have received an immense amount of reading. I will tell you that tomorrow I can delete a lot of the messages, which is filling my phone so far that I don't have any space left. In my view, I have only one obligation, and that is to the taxpayers of West Vancouver. In consideration of the beeline service extending beyond Park Royal, without a restricted bus lane, why didn't TransLink propose that in the first place? I want to comment. You can go online through Google to our West Vancouver Blue Bus. It states it's a great way to get around where you're going. Whether you travel to the ferry, Lions Bay, downtown Vancouver, Cap University, or to UBC. It lists all the buses and where they go. It gives time schedules. And do you know that the Blue Bus began in 1912? Is the oldest continuous operating municipal system in North America. Think about that. Now, the buses are part of the TransLink network, but continue to be owned and operated by the District of North Vancouver under a contract to link TransLink. There are 12 routes and 64 fleet. But here's one that really grabbed me. To the president of Local 111 of Coast Mountain Drivers said, and I quote, "It makes no sense for West Vancouver to have its own bus service, while the rest of the lower mainland uses another operator. It's sort of a mess. All of us should be integrated. Having West Vancouver with their own little entity out there doesn't work with integration of TransLink." Well, I say to all of you that a facility that we've had going the longest in North America that has provided quality service to this point in time suddenly should be discarded out because we want to foster a new TransLink position. I think not. And so my interpretation of the motion, so that we would try and get a win-win here, I feel a little bit sketchy on the fact that we introduced the beeline back. It says, well, we're not going to put it by schools. We won't go through neighborhoods, and we certainly will have a minimum of loss of parking. Well, that's something that has to be looked at. What is minimum? 10, 12? So it's double-edged sword here, and I'm wanting to be part of a win-win here, and I've looked at all this. The traffic improvements are important for the future, but folks, when you look at this, I know what you're thinking. Well, if they introduce the beeline, they'll come back in again, and it says here, excluding restricted access bus lanes. So I'm assuming through all this, with both this motion and Peter Lambert's motion, Councillor Lambert's motion, that in fact the transit line will be terminated at Park Royal. And from there, we make adjustments along the way through staff's recommendations, Madam Mayor, and hopefully we can come to a better situation in the future and get a win-win. But keep in mind, folks, the nerve to want to say this blue bus system we had all these years should just float away. I find that just incredible.
Thank you. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Soprovich, I had no idea you were so eloquent. You were like a sleeping giant.
And I'm 80.
Yes, and happy birthday, by the way. Happy belated birthday. So like Councillor Soprovich, I wanted to reiterate that as an elected councillor, I represent all of the constituents of West Vancouver, not just those who voted for me. So the interests of the entire community, whether you are on this side or the other side of any issue, that is my interest. So when I look at any proposal, transit, housing, whatever the case may be, I have to look at all proposals for its merits. Is it good from all perspectives, not just one? It needs to be a good proposal inherently. And so those are the things I weigh unemotionally, quite objectively, to determine where I stand on the issue. So many of you will know that I sat on the police board for 6 years. So certainly public safety is one of those lenses I will view a proposal through. So what it'll do to our community. Also with respect to traffic, what will that do to our community? But also at the same time, keeping in mind that as one of the younger members of this council, what will it mean for the future of our community? I will be very, very old when some of the proposals that our council in the next 3.5 years will put forward are implemented. So I just wanted to remind some of my colleagues that the report from the consultation will be back within 30 days of the end of that process, which was Feb 28th, which means it'll be about the end of March. This being March 11th, another 30 days out, that means about 2 weeks after that report comes, the report proposed by Councillor Lambert and Councillor Cameron will be before us for consideration. So in terms of whether those reports scuttle the consultation process, I don't think so, because it'll be coming afterwards. So I look forward to seeing all those reports and weighing them on their merits and making sure that they are customizable or custom solutions for West Vancouver. They're solutions that are made for West Vancouver. Many of you will also have heard me during the campaign trail saying that this isn't just my community. It isn't just your community. This is our community. And so same thing with transit. This needs to be our transit solution. It's not just one party's and not another party's. It has to be something that we all embrace and that works for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong. Councillor Thompson?
Well, this motion is bringing out some eloquence all around. It's great to see. I'll be more simple. I do want to commend Councillor Lambert and Soprovich for bringing this motion forward, because my understanding and intention was to gather information. And it's been suggested that this is a misstep, this motion, but I actually think the misstep was not doing this before we went out to public consultation. And now that if this motion is successful, I look forward to getting the information, re-engaging with stakeholders, and moving forward to get more feedback and make a decision with real information. And having said that, the feedback has been tremendous. It has not been yes or no, and it's been intelligent and fulsome, and I'm so grateful to get to know my community this way and understand you better. I think any of us here are here to represent our community first and foremost. I don't disregard the need to get teachers and workers into our community. That has merit. But if that's outweighing the benefit that it brings to our community, that's what we need to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the amendment? Councillor Lambert?
Well, last but not least, I'm certainly prepared to move this amendment along to advance the original motion, which stands essentially intact. And I believe it was Councillor Soprovich noted a primary feature of this amendment is the prohibition of the restricted access bus lanes in Ambleside and Dunderave. I amended that to say as agreed by TransLink because, of course, there isn't any point in undertaking any studies if TransLink continues to insist that they need exclusive bus lanes to move their B-line service. But we'll see how that plays out. So I'm happy to move this along and expedite the process, concentrate on looking at the options for terminating the service at Park Royal and looking at ways and means to make the best of the work that has been done already from Park Royal to Dunderave in terms of improving general traffic and local bus service.
Thank you. I wanted to make some remarks as well. Did you want to?
I just wanted to,
Councillor, sorry, do we have a couple more speakers before I go? Councillor Wong
I think it's me.
and Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Lambert, can you clarify, are you saying that Councillor Cameron's amendments are friendly amendments then, based on the statements you
Well,
just
this
made?
doesn't matter. We can just vote on it. I don't think it
No.
does.
Vote on it.
Yeah.
And then the entire package is accepted.
So
that
is he
not
saying
correct?
they're friendly? Sorry,
I think
I'm
at this
unclear.
stage in the process, we are actually in debate of the amendment, so the time has passed for friendly amendments. Yeah.
Okay.
So we're in debate now, and we're going to vote on this.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to correct something that Councillor Soprovich said. Let's just talk about Blue Bus for a second. Well before my time on council, West Vancouver effectively relinquished most control over Blue Bus, okay? TransLink sets the levies, determines the service levels. We don't do any of that. TransLink owns the buses and controls the rules. They set the fares. We can't set our own fares. They set all the terms. Blue Bus drivers themselves are district employees, but that doesn't give us particularly any power because they're subject to pattern bargaining. They have a collective agreement. It's very similar to that enjoyed by the Coast Mountain Bus Company. We bill TransLink for the amount we spend on Blue Bus, and they remit our bills. Of course, as a municipality, we pay more than we get back, but it's a fee-for-service arrangement. So there is no discussion in this about ending Blue Bus. While it may have sort of populist emotive power to start wrapping yourself in the Blue Bus flag, that ship or that bus has driven away a long time before I was on council, likely during Councillor Soprovich's time. Blue Bus is a symbol in West Vancouver, but we don't actually have a great deal of control over it. I do love the system. I love the courtesy that our drivers display, and I'm not looking, and I don't think any of us are looking, nor is TransLink looking to acquire Blue Bus. But let's just focus here on facts rather than emotive arguments that don't have any basis in that.
Okay. Councillor Soprovich?
But why don't you go on the site and read what it says about the Blue Bus system in West Vancouver? There's lots of opportunity to get some fact. Regardless if there's been a contract or whether in fact there's been a shift by the union, I know that TransLink said, well, we got a works yard in North Vancouver, but it's going to be too small for the blue articulating bus. So probably the suggestion in the future, we won't buy more land to increase our buses on Lloyd Avenue. We'll take them over to Burnaby so they could start out at 5:30 in the morning to go to their positions. It is all organized to take away the direct result of a quality service that we've had for years. And that is my opinion. You read this stuff yourself if you want to do it. So my question is on the options for a beeline service extending beyond Park Royal. It states that it's excluding restricted bus lanes. So Councillor Cameron is in fact any service that, for an articulating bus coming into West Vancouver in the future will not be given a closed lane. And secondly, where in all of this would there be a turnaround position? Is that something that staff will work on in the years to come? Because it's not, right now there's nothing available, so how would we look at a bus system, a beeline system coming back in when there's nothing available to turn around?
Councillor Soprovich, the motion says what it says. You can read it the same as all of us. It's quite clear. I'm very concerned about what you're saying about TransLink and the aspersions that you're drawing. You're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. And I would like Ms. Lemus, don't believe me, I would like Ms. Lemus to clarify this notion, this quite frankly, insulting notion that somehow TransLink is not letting us expand the depot or anything like that. We have an interest in the depot in North Vancouver, do we not, Ms. Lemus?
Through you, Mayor Booth, to council. No, we do not. So this is okay. So for clarity, our rolling stock and our facilities are owned by TransLink.
Right.
And so to your point, we can influence, or we try to provide input on demands within our community, but we have we are a subcontractor to TransLink, full stop. We are a blue bus only in name. We are funded entirely by TransLink, and they determine our service hours, as you've stated. And there is no, as far as I'm aware, there is absolutely no underlying issue here between our blue bus service, trying to undermine that, and the Beeline. The Beeline was a completely separate initiative that was brought forward to the Mayor's Council and was determined as a North Shore initiative. It was not in any way meant to impact our blue bus service. It was meant, if anything, to potentially augment our local service.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, sorry, I think there was a bit of a miscommunication between the two of you. The actual depot, the land, is owned by the District of West Vancouver. Is that correct? No? Okay. All right. Clarify. Thank you. All right. So any other further comments? All right. So I would like to conclude the debate. First of all, I just want to commend Council for their work and collaboration in coming together to put forward the motions and the amendments. It's been challenging. I know this is a unique situation, and it has been a difficult one. So whatever the outcome, I think that we've arrived at this place in a very collaborative and respectful way. So I appreciate Council. I do want to also thank the community and commend the community for their engagement. I know, again, that this has been a very complex, challenging, and at times divisive issue for the community. But good decisions aren't always easy decisions, and it is a process, and we've all moved along in this process. For the most part, I think very respectfully, and I've seen firsthand, speaking to many members of the public, I've seen a lot of thought going into this item, and everyone makes decisions at different ways, absorbs information in different ways, and asks questions and considers things in different ways. So we have to respect that, and we have 42,000 people that are all weighing in, and actually I do agree with Councillor Gambioli. I think this has been one of the most evocative as far as engagement that I've seen in my 13 years in public office. So this is a potential to work with TransLink, this motion, to bring the Beeline past Park Royal to our town center with the provisos that have been set out in paragraph 2. I can't disagree with actually anything that council has said thus far. I agree with it all, and especially around Councillor Cameron's points, and I won't repeat them, around clarity, honoring the consultation process, and looking to find a compromise, common ground, and something that we can all say yes to, rather than creating winners and losers. People have been very thoughtful and passionate on both sides of this issue, and I really am hoping the community can come together. I think that this motion, one of the outcomes, which I think is highly beneficial at this time, is that the Irwin Park community, the school, can sleep soundly tonight, because it's very clear that we will avoid routing adjacent to schools. So I want to highlight that. The businesses can take comfort in no less of parking. The residents can take comfort in no dedicated lanes or minimizing them. So I think there. The motion says minimize the loss of on-street parking, minimize impacts to residential neighborhoods, not require any restricted access bus lane in Ambleside or Dundray, and avoid routing adjacent to schools. Those are clear. We've heard those loud and clear. And so I think that going forward, those are the ground rules. And we'll be looking to hear from staff to ultimately make a decision on this. But at least we've clarified where we're going. TransLink is open to these discussions. So this is not a waste of time. And so I don't have anything else to add to that. And I think we should call the question.
May I have a poll vote, Madam Mayor?
Sure. So, Mr. Pannerton, do you want to just explain how that's going to work?
Certainly, Madam Mayor. If we could just proceed, maybe from Councillor Lambert around the horseshoe, and each councillor can say yay or nay on the question, so essentially voting in favor or against, but one at a time, and then I'll record in the minutes how each councillor voted.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we'll start with you, Councillor Lambert.
Okay, and this is in relation to the amendment?
That's right.
correct?
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So, yay.
Yay?
Yay.
Yay.
Councillor Saprovich?
Nay.
All right.
So-
So those amendments now pass with Councillor Saprovich opposed. Now we go to the main motion, including the amendments, for a vote.
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. And we can just vote, we could do a poll vote, or we can do a show of hands. I can use in the ordinary course.
Madam Mayor, does Councillor Lambert get a chance to speak to the motion?
Oh, yes, thank you. Do you want to speak to your main motion
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
as amended?
Yes. You know, as the mover of this motion, I'm glad to have the opportunity to put a little perspective on the issues at play here. Although I believe everything that has been said regarding pro versus anti-Beeline, it's really not about Beeline or no Beeline. The presentations last Monday, and they were heartfelt and passionate, as my fellow councillors have noted, focused instead on how we can move about our community, how we can use transit effectively, and protect the character of our seaside villages of Ambleside and Dunderave in the balance. So I've learned a lot over the past 3 months and continue to learn about what we value in our community and how we might be able to enhance livability through better access to where we want to go. Better access to where we want to go. That's really my takeaway from the Beeline debate, and it inspires me to pursue ways to keep the conversation going on all the issues related to mobility in West Vancouver. And I'm encouraged by the new alliances forming within our community between resident and business groups. And I'm reminded by many about how absolutely vital our very own Blue Bus system is to our community. So as I said last week, and as a way of helping to reinforce these new alliances, I've been advocating for a new citizen-led Transportation Mobility Advisory Committee. We talked a little bit about that earlier today, and there may be different ways that that might manifest itself. And I have a draft notice of motion circulating among my council colleagues for comment, and we'll be discussing that over the next couple of weeks. So I think that's all I have to say at this point. I'm pleased that we're going to be able to move ahead with looking at the options at Park Royal and ways to improve transit through Ambleside and Dunderave. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Soprovich.
Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, I've been in business in West Vancouver for 50-odd years or less, both in Park Royal and Ambleside, and back to Park Royal, back to Ambleside, back to Park Royal, and back to Ambleside. So I get a good history of the business community here and have drawn some strong conclusions that every day that I drive through Ambleside, it is a beehive of activity. And that is because of the hard-pressing, dedicated business people that grind it out every day here to make ends meet for themselves and provide service to the community of West Vancouver. We are a unique seaside community. We have a passion that is different than everywhere else in the Lower Mainland. I don't think we should be bullied in any way, shape, or form by TransLink or anybody else to alter our position of what we want that is the best for West Vancouver. Having said that, to the young people from Capilano, you know, I have a 19-year-old son, and I'm 80. He's smart as a whip, and so are all of you. I'll be long gone, and you're going to be here working in this community and moving on. So I understand your position, and I accept it all for the future, and you should stand up for your rights and speak your piece all the time. Don't ever forget that. Madam Mayor, the position that I have always felt, and I stated this when Mayor Smith was mayor, that I always try and keep an open mind, but at a clip that came out recently, back in 2018, I said, not only to the public at that time, but also to the owners of Park Royal, that the most obvious location for a terminus is at Park Royal. I never varied from that. I had to listen to and thank everybody in the Lower Mainland. One I got a kick out was somebody from Kamloops. You know, I appreciate what goes on in Kamloops, but and I try not to make fun because everybody's entitled to their input, ladies and gentlemen, and as well as this council to their input. I don't ever want to stop that. But I have, I guess, a vested interest in this community. When I leave here, I want it to be that special place that you all think it is, and we know it is. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wong.
Your Worship, I just wanted to thank Councillor Lambert for putting forward this original motion. I think the detail that he's asking for was sorely lacking in the process, making our decision, or future decision, incredibly difficult. So thank you, Councillor Lambert. Thank you, Councillor Soprovich, for putting this forward. You know, certainly, as my colleagues will know, you know, I come from a background in public relations, and so, you know, it's disappointing that this entire process with respect to the consultation the way the proposal was rolled out the way it was. Certainly not the way I would have done it had I been in charge, but as I was elected partway through, I will work with what I'm given and make the best decision possible, of course. So I look forward to the results coming from the reports, and so that we can get this process going and bring it to a close. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just conclude again. Oh, sorry, you didn't have your button on.
Sorry.
Councillor Cameron?
So I don't want to actually say more about the particular Beeline proposal right now. I want to take this opportunity to say a few words about some bigger topics. Due process. 2,000 years ago, the Stoic philosopher Seneca coined the phrase auditor et altera pars, which roughly translates to the other side shall be heard as well. The concept of due process is fundamental to our process. All views must be heard. Now, from the beginning of this, some of the loudest voices in the community have demanded that the process be shut down immediately because they didn't see any merit in the proposal. They don't see how others could see otherwise. And some feel so strongly that they've expressed to me that even the idea of going through this process is a betrayal of the residents. These people are under a fundamental misconception that theirs is the only legitimate perspective. On this and all other issues, as Councillor Wong said earlier, it's crucial that Council hear from the entire community. Also the quiet voices, those, and this is why we do the breadth and depth of consultation we do. Now, there's no doubt that many people are skeptical and even hostile towards this proposal, but make no mistake, there are many people in this community, including taxpayers, but certainly all others, that are also, they're very much in favor. I personally have received well over 100 emails and spoken to many others who support the Beeline for a variety of well thought out reasons. Many of these people have been too intimidated to speak out publicly. Their views are worthy of consideration as any others. Yours and mine is not the only perspective. I know many of you will question and do question our consultation process, and we can always do better. The Beeline, of course, as many who've spoken to me have heard, has been marred by a lack of crucial information from the beginning. At the same time, and don't mistake this, we do in West Vancouver more and deeper consultation on more issues than virtually any comparable municipality, or, quite frankly, that TransLink ever does when they put in a new service. We are a community that demands a higher level of consultation, absolutely, but we do a lot more consultation. Consultation about this process started in November, and it continues until today. Now, due process requires decision makers to keep an open mind until all views are heard. Through this debate, I want to make it clear and respond to many things that have been said that I've read about my position. It's been completely mischaracterized. Because I've maintained that both sides are worthy of consideration, because I've insisted on looking at the facts, because I have insisted on keeping an open mind in this process, I've been pigeonholed, emails have been sent out, websites have been written that I'm somehow a pro-Beeline proponent. This is incorrect and has never been incorrect. I've always had questions about this proposal. Of course I'm in favor of public transit, but how it lands in West Vancouver is very much a matter of legitimate debate. But I believe in due process. I find it ironic that some who have complained about inadequate consultation on this proposal are now complaining about too much consultation and demanding a decision before consultation's finished. There is no reason to panic. Nothing will happen until Council rules on this. The second point I want to talk about is leadership. This debate has caused me to think a great deal about leadership. Some have suggested if I don't do what the majority wants, then I'm betraying the community. The truth is, others have suggested if I don't do what I think is right and stand up to the majority, then I'm failing as a leader. The truth is, of course, somewhere in between. Good leaders must always be mindful of community sentiment. We can't fall into the trap of thinking we know best and disregarding what we hear from residents. At the same time, good leadership is not governed by a referendum. Representative democracy is not majority rule on each issue, nor is it mob rule. Leadership in a representative democracy involves considering all views, weighing all factors, exercising one's best judgment on what is best for the whole community, in my opinion. I will always do what I think in West Vancouver's best interests. I'm well aware that I was not elected to serve any private interests or government entities. The notion that somehow any of us would do something to please TransLink is absurd in the extreme. I have no respect at the same time for politicians who determine what they will do by what they think will get them reelected. Leadership requires we have the courage of our convictions and remain willing to do what is unpopular if it is necessary. If you're not there to do the right thing, then you're there for the wrong reasons. And finally, I want to emphasize that just because someone doesn't vote the way you think they should on council doesn't mean they've betrayed you, forsaken the community, failed to listen to you. It means that their views differed from yours. It means what they consider in the best interest of the community is not exactly the same as what you do, what you think. Leadership isn't a particular result. Leadership is an approach to a problem. And finally, I want to talk about civility. And I'm going to do my best to say this in as calm and non-lawyerly a fashion. Civility doesn't require us to ignore our differences, rather to navigate our differences with respect. Now, the vast majority of people who've expressed their opinions on this issue have done so respectfully, articulately, and appropriately. I appreciate their engagement. I value hearing contrary views. And I do respond at length to many emails, as some of you will know, and I make time for even my strongest critics. Now, I understand that people are scared and they fear for their community, and many are angry because they feel threatened or this is pressed upon them. But much of this anger and fear results from the mistaken belief, oft repeated, that council is acting nefariously and for hidden or non-community related reasons. We've made it clear that this is not a done deal, that we would seek your views and consider them, and that is what we have been doing all along. All of us up here have the community's interests at heart. And it's important to know that giving something full consideration doesn't mean it will be implemented. Reasonable people can and should be able to disagree reasonably. Unfortunately, this message appears to have been lost on some. Frankly, I've never been so disappointed, even ashamed of this community as I've been during this Beeline debate. It's been ugly. It's been ugly, and this behavior only reinforces it. It's been ugly, and it's getting uglier by the day, and it's become almost tribal. At times, it's been personally difficult to deal with. In this heated atmosphere, it appears that some have concluded that the ends justify the means. They don't. There's no reason to demonize the other side. There's no reason to call council members idiots, dictators, prostitutes, corrupt, thugs. There's no reason for adults to betray 20-year-old students for having the temerity to advocate for transit. There's no reason to dig into private financial affairs of elected officials to gain dirt or leverage. There's no reason to slander or belittle people online who served in this community to the best of their ability. There's no reason to heckle senior members of Metro who we've invited here to present to our community. There's no reason to threaten personal and political retribution if compliance isn't granted. And there's no reason to traffic in baseless conspiracy theories. None of this conduct is acceptable. I won't stand for it, and I will call it out in public when I observe it. Moreover, everyone should know this kind of poor behavior is ultimately unproductive. Insults don't advance your cause, they frustrate it. Civility doesn't weaken a message, it actually helps others hear it. Unfortunately, we found ourselves at times in a dark place in this community during this debate, and it seemed that a calm, constructive conversation is difficult to sustain. I'm hoping that once this Beeline debate passes, we will be left to deal with the ongoing challenges and difficult issues in the future in a more constructive, positive, civil fashion. I know that we can do better, and we can set a higher standard. So I look forward to the next 3.5 years and engaging in this dialogue in a better way.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Thank you very much. Thank you for those reminders. Before I move on to Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I respect Councillor Cameron's place in qualifying himself. This is tough being in the public eye, and quite often it gets amplified and some hard hits are taken. But I'd have to disagree in saying this is a one-sided argument. We have heard from everybody and all sides, not just no and pro. We've heard from how do we find a solution that works for West Vancouver. The engagements that I've been in, people aren't just coming here saying, go away. They're saying, how can we make this work? And unfortunately, we haven't been able to provide those options for them. So I think this important, your input matters. It's what's important. And, we can't do our job if you're not doing yours. We all want improved transit and progressive solutions. There's no doubt in my mind that anybody sitting in this room tonight isn't seeking that. Our job is to find what works for West Vancouver.
Thank you. And Councillor Wong? On my list, I've got Wong.
Oh, we're both.
Both on.
We're
We
both
speak
on.
together? A duet?
Ladies split first, please.
You're
All
so
right,
polite.
Councillor Gambioli.
Well, okay, I wasn't going to say anything else, but now I can't resist. So I agree with everything that Councillor Cameron has just said. I've been super disappointed over the past few weeks with a lot of the feedback. The reality is that this, I don't believe, as some people up here do, that this notice of motion was ever necessary. If this notice of motion had never been made, none of us would be here tonight. Well, we would be here tonight, but very few people would be here tonight listening. No one would have shown up last week either. No one would have shown up the week before because our staff would have been busy compiling the results. Everything would be calm. We would be waiting for the results, and then sometime, hopefully in April, we would be having a substantive debate about the options. But instead, this premature motion has come forward. It has riled up everybody. It has caused significant anxiety within council, with the public, in the media. It has used up an enormous amount of resources, your tax dollars, to deal with this issue over the past few weeks, just in terms of the amount of staff time we have been using up. So I don't appreciate the motion, but as I said before, I'm willing to vote for it with the amendments. And as Councillor Cameron said, our job here is vision, our job is leadership, our job is practical long-term planning for the community. And some of you may have read this book already. I'm in the middle of reading this fantastic book, which was published by the Historical Society. And we have to keep in mind that these issues come up from time to time. Big issues come up. In this book, it talks about essentially the whole development process of West Vancouver from incorporation in 1912 up to quite recently. And they give examples, the author gives examples of, for example, the apartment zoning. All of the apartment zones were created in 1958. And I just can't even imagine how much public pushback there must have been on that. And now we have thousands and thousands of residents, some of whom may be in the audience tonight, who live in those apartment zones. And it's a very important part of our community. When Caulfield Mall was about to be developed, it was so acrimonious that more than a dozen residents went to Supreme Court of BC to have it stopped. And now, perhaps some people in the audience and some of us shop at Caulfield Mall all the time. So it must have been a huge and difficult and courageous decision to make in those days as well. There are many other examples, the foot of Taylor Way, West Royal Towers. I remember the huge public meetings in what is now Kamiq, with hundreds and hundreds of people on several nights not wanting that development, and yet there are now hundreds of households which are happily housed on that location. So those are some examples of difficult decisions that council have made in the past, and we have to think of the future of the community in all these decisions. So whatever happens at the end of this, it must be a decision for the whole community, for the future of the community, in my opinion. And this has been a big speed bump in the process of this beeline discussion, which really was never necessary.
All right, Councillor Soprovich?
Madam Mayor.
Or, all right, Mr. Panneton, is something going on with the mics? Because I see Councillor Soprovich, but I don't see Councillor Wong.
Madam Mayor, both Councillor Gambioli and Wong's mics turned on at the same time, which removed them from the speaker's queue. So Councillor Wong is still next. His mic is live, and then Councillor
Thank you.
Soprovich is next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thought we were going to do a duet, perhaps. But further to Councillor Thompson's point, I certainly echo those points, but I guess I wanted to also point out that perhaps hindsight is always 20/20. Perhaps the learning from this process is that the West Vancouver, whoever represents West Vancouver at the TransLink table really needs to push back on TransLink when they come forward with a proposal that just clearly doesn't work from the straight off the bat. The fact that we have to have this motion that says avoid routing around schools or minimize loss of on-street parking, that should have been, if I was the mayor, I would say, you know what, sorry, TransLink, come back when you've got a better proposal. We want better transit, but those things don't work. And so I think the learning really is that we need to be much more forthright with what we want and be direct and really work hard with TransLink and go to them with ideas and proposals rather than waiting for them to come to us with hopefully a proposal that works for us, but to work in partnership with them. Perhaps something that isn't something that we've done in the past, but perhaps that is something we need to do in the present and the future to make sure that the transit options that West Vancouver needs, and some would say deserve, are the right ones. And so I just wanted to point that out and encourage our representatives at that table to do so and to stand up for West Vancouver.
Councillor Soprovich?
I got it, good. Councillor Gambioli, I've always tried to keep an open mind, and when Councillor Lambert put that motion to me, and we talked it out, and I really took a serious look at it, and I thought it was a very good proposal. So let's look at a scenario. This is rather maybe a little silly to you all, but so any municipality, they said, we're putting in a pipe, and we're filling it full of water, and it's going to go uphill. The water's going to run uphill. Oh, but keep an open mind. How much input would I have to have in relationship to know that that water is never going to run uphill? My head would explode before I got enough information about how to make a decision. So when it came to Councillor Lambert's position, and we at the same time extended the outreach, incidentally, we were not to receive anything as of last Monday the 4th in relationship to anybody in the public concern, yet I've received I don't know how many emails for and against since that time, so we're still receiving public input on this. I understand we're now suddenly very righteous, and my only hope is that everybody's listening, and TransLink and the staff will all listen to the fact that we want to see a terminus at Park Royal, work very, very hard to improve the bus system in West Vancouver, and the door is open a little bit to a lot of options. And, Councillor Cameron, we may not have full control over our blue bus system, but I'll tell you something. When it first started and TransLink came here, and George Poole was standing over there 20-odd years ago, and he says, we're going to tax your assessment for future costs and starting a bus system. Every lower mainland municipality pointed to West Vancouver and says, we want a system just like West Vancouver. That's true fact. So I'm asking that we don't forget the blue bus system, find ways and moves to add more if we do, and I would suggest, Ms. Lemus, that if we look for more blue buses, that we'd have to do it on our own through the taxpayers of West Vancouver, if TransLink wouldn't help. And why wouldn't TransLink help us? After all that's gone through, they're going to have a viable system to a major shopping center. And I hope from there that they can be encouraged to send a couple of beelines over to Vancouver and to UBC and to other places that we don't get now. Our own blue bus system goes over there. We have a blue bus that goes to UBC and to downtown. And 7 days a week, if you want to go to an event, you can go down 25th and get on a bus that'll take you down to Cami Street for events every day of the week. So, and TransLink and Fairness have put in community shuttles coming this way. And we, in turn, have sent shuttles up the hill when we found all those big buses were not full in the British properties. So, you know, folks, it's a little bit of everything going on both sides. I don't find an ounce of criticism from me going to any councillor on here who makes a decision one way or the other, and I expect the same back to me. Thank you very much.
Councillor Cameron?
Well, unfortunately,
Is
well, I feel the need to respond to a couple of comments. No, no, I am entitled to respond.
Well,
we need.
Yeah, okay, Cameron, and then we've got to kind of move on. We can't keep on going back and forth.
We need to run through the history of how this worked out. Well, if we're going to go back and say what people would or wouldn't have done at the time, it's nice to do that on the basis of facts. So this Beeline proposal is funded and was initiated through TransLink's 10-year plan that came up through the Mayor's Council. Mayor Smith was the representative on that council, and he made it loud and clear that he wanted TransLink to look at significant new investments in West Vancouver. And as part of that process, over a period of years, TransLink came up with the suggestion of a beeline across the North Shore, which would serve North Vancouver City District in West Vancouver. And that was what was passed unanimously by the Mayor's Council about 3 or 4 years ago and fully funded by, among others, the federal and provincial governments. That then found its way, generally this was to be a beeline from Dunderave to Phibbs Exchange. That then found its way into the InStep proposal, which was also unanimously agreed to by the 3 North Shore mayors and the municipalities, in which the number 2 recommendation is a beeline from Dunderave to Phibbs Exchange. This was debated before this council at 3 council meetings last year, and in principle, we all agreed with improving transit service. Of course, we didn't have, at that point, any details about the bus priority lanes, about parking lots, about roading, about terminus. So we agreed in principle, and the motion in July, you can go read it if you like, says we agree in principle, subject to going out to the public to talk about the particulars when they're known. So at that point, Mayor Smith decided to allow TransLink to lead the process. It was not a council decision, it was his decision, which seemed like a good idea at the time. It's TransLink's proposal, they're coming to us with it. Ironically, it was Mayor Booth in the first meeting that thought, why do we need a beeline across the North Shore? We should be working on downtown service. TransLink came back and said, this is the #1 need. So we let the process go forward, and TransLink came out to us in the community in November with the present proposal, and quite frankly, without all of the details, as in where the terminus was going to be, how much parking lots, etc. So it's very difficult to take a position and comment on or shut down a proposal when you don't know the details. And this has been the challenge from this whole process from the beginning. And the learning is, for me, not to cast aspersions, because I will, of course, represent West Vancouver strongly now that I'm the rep on the Mayor's Council. But it is to make sure we have the entire proposal and all the information out at the beginning and make sure that's communicated widely in the community. That is the learning, but to cast aspersion as to what went on before is just not appropriate. And I'll finish by saying that there are 4 transit needs in West Vancouver. One is downtown. The second is within West Vancouver. The third is through West Vancouver from the sea to sky. And the fourth is along the North Shore. We are taking action on all 4 areas. We've got improvements to the 250 and 257 that TransLink are bringing in April. We're looking at models for servicing the lower density areas of West Vancouver that include, for example, microtransit, which is being piloted right now on Bowen Island. We're in talks with BC Transit to do a much better service from Squamish and Sea to Sky so that people won't have to drive through our community to get downtown to work. And the fourth thing is we're considering what we can do to improve transit across the North Shore. It's not an either or, it's a trying to act on all 4 fronts. Not to say that this proposal was the best one, but just to say that we need to act in all of those transit areas in order to truly service the community.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. And thank you for highlighting the fact that, yes, when I initially heard about the Beeline, was a vocal opponent, actually. And that was, a year ago, 18 months, and since then I've gone through a process, and that's all I'm asking of the community, is to go through a fair process of evaluation. And this takes time. I am pleased that we are doing what we were elected to do, and that is seriously consider innovative solutions to traffic congestion. We all ran on that. We all heard from the community on that. And this is why we're taking it so seriously at this point. I do echo Councillor Cameron's concerns and encouragement. This should be a turning point. We've all experienced personal attacks, criticisms. We were elected to do that, and we understand this is part of the job, although we don't condone it. But I have to say what bothers me the most is the attacks and intimidation and criticism of other residents, including young people. I've stand up for young people to encourage them to participate, to get engaged, and I'm sorry. If a young person disagrees with your perspective, I think you have to be respectful and encourage that. And it's just, that's what saddens me the most, that the young people that came out, that put in time, they're going to university. One thing if you've got time, but for university students to come and show up here and make their points takes a lot of courage. They're pretty young, and it's just saddens me. So moving forward, I really would recommend that everyone be more respectful. This is a chance to reset. Mistakes were made all around. Council made mistakes, TransLink made mistakes, staff made mistakes, and the community made some mistakes here. So let's move forward on a positive note, and I think with that, I'm going to call the question. Sure. Now we know how that's done, starting with Councillor Lambert.
Yay?
Yay.
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 Unanimous. Thank you very much, Council, and thank you to the community. All right. Moving back to the agenda. So we'll go on to item number 3, adoption of the council minutes. And that is Councillor Cameron.
Oh, sorry. I recommend that the minutes of the February 25th, 2019 special open session and regular council meetings, and the March 4th, 2019 public hearing be adopted as circulated. And number 2, I recommend the summary of March 4th, 2019 public hearing regarding proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010, amendment bylaw number 5001, 2019, Lot 6 of Arthur Erickson Place, Evelyn by Ani, be approved.
Further questions, discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We'll move on to delegations, item number 4.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And just sort of for clarity, this is the stop the road closures regarding proposed TransLink Marine Drive Corridor Beeline project. And I would note that there is 10 minutes to speak. We don't normally receive public input on delegations, so anybody that signed up for the Beeline or this item will be put over to public questions. I do see item 5. There is Susie Alexander has signed up for item 5, and that otherwise it looks to me like everyone else is, the other 6 people will go to the public question period. Thank you. So, Mr. Malkin, item 4.
Well, you shouldn't have a presentation going up. There we go. Oh, just have to double click that. There we go. Okay. Slideshow. Start from the beginning. There you go. You're just going to hit that on. Okay, so stop the closures and how did it begin? So November the 27th, the first of the information sessions were for the planning of the Beeline. And the business and myself went and discovered that there were going to be bus lane closures and there was going to be lots of parking loss. It was a done deal. There was nothing we could do about it. It would appear that we did because the parking loss was being minimized and the bus lanes, I guess, are gone. So this actually just brings up a quick note of due process. So we've asked for more consultation period of time on the Gordon Avenue project. And our mayor and Nina have so far refused this. This has slipped under everyone's radar due to Beeline, and obviously Gordon is going to have to be dealt with more. Anyways, as far as Beeline, there was no consultation whatsoever. There was 73 people from West Vancouver that were actually reached through the different surveys. The fire police department didn't know. School board didn't know. I actually advised them about it. And the survey was very, very flawed that we had with loads of double negatives. What were the next steps? Well, I actually just started walking around handing out flyers door to door to the fellow businesses to advise them what was going on. Within a few days, we had a website up and running, and we kept building and building, and more people got involved. We had a protest in early December, but then everything kind of wound down. And we were told that our mayor and council were meeting with TransLink on January the 7th. Everything went quiet over the holidays and everything was fine. Well, TransLink went and got, yes, down that one. TransLink went, actually, yeah, no, you're right. TransLink went and gave a presentation, and it was basically a sales pitch, and there was no change in stance. We were still going to have bus lane closures. We were still going to have parking loss. They didn't even really know what. So with that, people started writing to mayor and council. So there's been 1,600 items written to mayor and council. We had an ADRA town hall meeting with 190 people, district town hall meeting with an overflow crowd. Email list has over 1,000 people. Social media, we have over 15,000 views on just one Facebook video. On Twitter, there's been over 160,000 hits. We have a YouTube channel that someone's basically watching night and day. We have, over the past 14 weeks, I've had contact in one way or another with over 7,000 people. Out of that, less than 500 that I've spoken to have been in favor of the Beeline going past Park Royal, or at least definitely been against the bus lanes. There was another couple of protests, one at Owen Park School, and then finally a larger protest. So why is it? Well, part of it is because Ambleside and Dunderave are the opposite of Park Royal. And the future viability of the Ambleside and Dunderave area depends not on the fact that we have a few more residents living in the area, or a few more bus passengers, or employees able to reach them a few minutes faster, but it's rather about the ability to create, maintain our brand that is so unique. Charming seaside villages with local merchants servicing local and interested regional population that seek their unique ambience and offerings. This brand will be imperative to be competitive against the large, highly funded, high-fashion, modern brand of Park Royal Regional Shopping Centre and Entertainment Area. Charming seaside village require an ambience for slow, quiet, walking-oriented seaside connected with arts, culture, street-connected, plaza and ocean view restaurants, and retail services for local populations that also create a unique visitor experience. The B line with noisy, obtrusive, articulated buses that run through a dedicated race course with reduced parking and only 2 stops in these villages run totally contrary to achieving that goal. When campaigning, our mayor went and spoke about charming European-type villages. The B line bus lane will ruin any chance of that. There's not much point in talking about ridership and data because TransLink has obviously fudged all of that. We went and counted buses. Basically, the B line would actually be serving somewhere between 448 and 701 people on a daily basis. It makes no sense having it go past Park Royal. What a price to pay for a Western terminus. So we have them closing off 2 lanes of traffic. That's gone now, luckily. Traffic will be avoiding the business district, which is very annoying. Many articulated buses going through the area, and they'll all have 10 passengers for the most part. Articulated buses driving in residential areas with no planning and no study ever done to validate this. Routing around an elementary school, the B line does nothing to help, of course, the primary destination of downtown. One thing to note, during our survey, there were only actually 3 buses that were actually full with standing room only crowds in the entire day from 5:30 in the morning till 11 o'clock at night. So is there a Trojan horse? To follow the OCP, we have Ambleside and Dunderray plans coming up. Why has our mayor been working so hard against our constituents? With rapid transit, along comes density. Do we want to have a dark corridor of large buildings all along Marine Drive? Will people north of the corridor lose their views? Do we want to lose the character and charm of the villages we have? You ask for more time on the B line, yet you will not push out the date for Gordon Avenue. So we've gone from being a B line to an advocacy group. Our group is very diverse with people from all walks of life, from accountants, lawyers, doctors, business professionals, and retired individuals from all walks of life. We gather information so that we can all understand issues. We've generated meaningful engagement and feedback. We've worked hard to actually get proper answers. We've looked to find what is a proper made in West Vancouver solution. And we're going to now go and keep our district staff and council accountable and be a resource for residents to come for answers they're not getting at Municipal Hall. So where do we go from here? After seeing how poorly planned and the level of pushback our mayor and staff have given everyone over the B line, we're considering keeping our group together. And along comes 2195 Gordon Avenue that will be cutting off community agents in just a couple of days. With all of us busy with B-line, this has again slipped under the radar. From the outset, it almost appears like it would be a gift to a developer. Why would the district undertake this before the Ambleside Dunderray community plans are complete? With rezoning, the property could be going up from being worth $20 to $80 million, leaving $60 million on the table. This is a site with huge value to the community, yet it is going to be reduced to rental housing for the rich. A 3-bedroom unit would be costing $3,500 a month and require an annual income of $120,000. Each unit would be at a loss for the district of over $350,000. That's a tremendous amount of money that the taxpayers are going and having to lose when we have $200 million in unfunded infrastructure projects coming up. It has the same kind of survey that the B-line had, with predetermined conclusions and no option to reject the plan altogether. There is just not enough information to make a sound decision of this at all, and it could cost the taxpayers over $60,000, which would be a windfall versus 170 low or reduced rental markets. In closing, I'd like to make it very clear that I have never done anything political before in my life. I'm just a businessman who became enraged at this crazy notion of mandatory bus lanes and parking lots in Ambleside. I, like the rest of you, usually enjoy the quiet life and would much rather be at home with my family than at this council meeting tonight. But that has changed, and I hope it has for all of you. Since finding out how poorly the Beeline was has made me take a look into our local politics, and I'm afraid to say that Municipal Hall needs a shake-up. The way that some of the councillors have been treating each other at council meetings has been appalling, and I don't understand why our mayor has not called them out for this. The 2195 Gordon project is as much of a rat as the Beeline. I hope that every single one of you takes a look at it, because this is not in the best interest of the taxpayers of the municipality at all. Since chairing Stop the Road closures, there have been some amazing changes in our community. We have shaken West Vancouver citizens out of complacency. We've created an atmosphere where citizens are demanding to be genuinely heard. We will no longer put up with the type of community consultation that has predetermined conclusions to surveys that we are supposed to complete. We have woken up the people of the district, and they need to be more involved. I've heard some new terms like we need Nigel-type people to rouse residents, and now the quote is that politicians need to get Nigelized. Well, it's not me. It's a group of people that get the word out and gather facts and data, come to meetings, develop strategies, and moreover, we use common sense that has been lacking in the way that the district and certainly TransLink has been run. So get out your phones and send an email to stoptheroadclosures@gmail.com and get involved. We will then put you on our email list. It started, and we have a lot of work to do.
I'm incredibly disappointed in tonight's outcome. We all expected a decision last week. I had a nasty feeling in my stomach all day because of the extreme lack of faith I have in many on this council. How long will this get dragged out? Gambioli, who seems to have vanished, has already stated that 30 days is not enough. And speaking of Gambioli, when will the mayor ever control her and her extremely rude facial gestures while other councillors are speaking?
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
It's outrageous.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I'd like you to direct the speaker to refrain from inappropriate statements in chambers.
What is wrong with that
Point
statement?
of order,
I'm
Madam
telling
Mayor.
you what she's been behaving like.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Lees,
Lees.
please keep
Thank
your comments to a respectful and not personal comments
All
about
right.
members of council
Let me
or
just ask you
myself.
then, why do you not enforce Robert's rules when it comes to bullying?
Mr. Lees,
order.
I think you're done with your.
No, I'm not
speech.
actually.
The time is up.
Madam Mayor, the
10
10
minutes.
minutes for the delegation has expired.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malkin and Mr. Lees, for your delegation. I do want to, I'm not going to respond to every comment. I do want to say one thing, though. Neither council or staff are equipped to refute every misstatement that is made in these chambers. We listen, and that's our job. But by no means interpret our stance and lack of response as being agreement. We do not agree with all of what is said here. What I do agree with, and I'm going to focus on the positive, I do encourage critical thinking, and I do welcome and encourage involvement by the community. So with that, I would encourage everyone to do their best. I do think that council, staff, TransLink, and the community generally wants the best for West Vancouver and is doing their best. And I have to say one thing, there is no hidden agenda, there's no Trojan horse, there is no desire to push through density, there's no conspiracy theory here. So you can believe that or not, but I'm saying it publicly and on behalf of council. And with that, I will move on to the next item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I recommend,
So, yeah, make the motion. Thank you, Councillor.
I recommend that the delegation from Stop the Road Closures regarding proposed TransLink Marine Drive Corridor Beeline project be received for information with thanks.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item number 5, Horseshoe Bay Local Area Plan, direction to proceed.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to introduce Mr. David Hawkins, who will present on behalf of the Planning and Development Services Department a report on the Horseshoe Bay Local Area Plan.
Would council like to take a short recess while we set up? I think that's a great idea, Councillor Soprovich. I'm calling a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor Gambioli, have you seen the speakers list? Oh, there it is. I found it. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for coming together on that. I appreciate that. All right. All right, good.
Sorry, you are not. Had to be said. The behavior of the community, the behavior. I know. I've never.
Sit out there. We don't even want to be here.
Graham,
And we're here because
Graham, the behavior of some of the people in your group is appalling. You
Yeah,
know that.
yeah, yeah.
Look at the video
Yeah,
that he
yeah.
put out. You took it off. You agreed with me.
the media was factual.
You took the video that went through my finances.
Said there were gross misstatements on my candidate disclosure statement. I'm a lawyer, my husband's a lawyer, it is defamation. It is defamation. Well, that's what I'm
You're
talking
excusing
about.
it.
Anyway, I don't think.
Pardon?
No, they
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started in just a minute. If you could please take your seats. Thank you.
Let's call the meeting to order. Come on, sir. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and we'll start with the next item, the Horseshoe Bay Local Area Plan. Can I get the presentation from Mr. Hawkins?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, members of the public. My name is David Hawkins, Manager of Community Planning and Sustainability. The purpose of this presentation and the accompanying report to council is to seek council's direction to commence the local area plan, or the LAP, for Horseshoe Bay. In doing that, I'm going to briefly situate this project as part of OCP implementation. I will describe some of the local context. I'll summarize the proposed terms of reference that would guide the LAP, and I will conclude with next steps and recommendation. So regarding the OCP, Council in 2018 adopted an OCP that has a two-part structure. So the first part was completed mid-last year, and this provides Council's community-wide directions with respect to land use policies and objectives. So it guides Council's development decisions. The second part of the OCP contains more area-specific policy. So within this, there will be local area plans, which will also include more detailed guidance for built form and design guidelines. When these plans are completed, they would be adopted into the OCP. This two-part OCP structure informs how Council implements the OCP through its development decisions. So essentially, for projects or applications which are outside of OCP LAP boundaries, Council can consider them with respect to the appropriate supportive policies. So essentially, this means things like considering duplexes and coach houses in single-family areas and missing middle housing. So that means the kind of missing low-density multifamily forms like row houses and townhouses, considering those along Marine Drive. Whereas within OCP LAP boundaries, so this means the areas of Horseshoe Bay, Ambleside, and Taylor Way, should Council receive development applications prior to the adoption of an LAP, they could review those with respect to relevant district-wide or existing area policy, and also require the contribution to rental and other public benefits. So drilling down more specifically to Horseshoe Bay, the LAP represents a significant OCP implementation opportunity. So there's a range of language which would apply here. So this is just picking out some of the things, but staff estimate a potential 200 to 300 new units of housing, which will be determined as we look at use, density, height, and form with the community. There is an interest in diversifying housing and supporting local businesses. There's an acknowledgement that Horseshoe Bay is both a village, is both a local and a regional destination, opportunity for improving public realm around commercial areas and providing amenities, and supporting multimodal transportation options and addressing commercial parking areas, as well as reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So looking at the context of the local area plan, this is just a brief history. The area has been inhabited since before recorded history by Coast Salish peoples, but the settlement history, if you like, really begins in 1914 with the railway and in 1929 with Marine Drive extension, which really opened Horseshoe Bay up as a destination for summer tourism, fishing, and so on. And then we see throughout the 30s and 40s some of the signature features which are still in place today, family businesses like Sewell's and Trolls, the municipal dedication of Horseshoe Bay Park, followed up in the 50s by more provincial level investment with a school, ferry service, and the upper levels highway. And I think the point that I'm just trying to make here is that this is very much a living history. So if you look at these things, Horseshoe Bay is still today very much a visitor and tourist destination. It's a residential neighborhood that slopes down to a working and recreational waterfront that's served by a very intimate seaside village commercial area. And it's very much still a transportation hub, whether it's transit, the highway, or the ferry. The planning history, if you like, is perhaps a little bit less vibrant than the popular history of Horseshoe Bay. The map on the screen here is from the 1950s. And if you look at it, the technology with which we make maps has probably changed more than actually what's represented. So since the 50s, we have seen the Horseshoe Bay ferry terminal and the Highway 1 expansion. So that's a more significant change. But as you run through the other provisions that were in place in the 1950s, they're largely still in place. So we still have the general commercial zones, residential duplex zones, and the single-family zones around them. So most of what you see today has essentially been provided for well over half a century at this point. However, on the other hand, we've had a lot of significant recent and ongoing initiatives. So the top two led by our Transportation Department, looking at the alignment and connections of the Spirit Trail, looking to improve streetscape through adopted guidelines in 2016. Council approved Sewell's Landing redevelopment a couple of years ago, or 2016, so that's now under construction. Parks Department leading close to finalization concept to revitalize the park. And BC Ferries making an announcement that they plan on working with the public and council and staff on a redevelopment proposal for their terminal. So the rationale, if you like, for why staff are proposing both a need and an opportunity to undertake this LAP is that we think it's time for a refresh look at Horseshoe Bay. It's a way to integrate these ongoing initiatives, build on the history, strengthen the village's success and identity, and do so in a way that can respond to the local context while also contributing to Council's district-wide OCP goals with respect to housing diversity, strengthening local business, protecting the environment, encouraging social well-being, and so on. So attached to Council's report as Appendix A are terms of reference to guide this process. Some of the things they do, so they're intended as a framework. So they provide some context, they include some baseline data so we can monitor progress as we move forward. They provide things like the scope, the expectations, assumed phases, resource considerations, and so on. But just be very clear, what they are not seeking to do in any way is predetermine the resulting plan or the details of all the engagement opportunities. Those things will be determined through a very responsive and meaningful process. So it's useful when we manage a project to have terms of reference. It sets shared expectations. People understand the objective, what we're trying to achieve through this project. But it's equally important to manage that adaptively. So the terms of reference are high level. They allow us to move forward, but they also allow us to adjust. So the scope of work that we are trying to achieve through this project, understand the village, how it works today, what would make it better, set a vision, situate that as part of the broader district-wide vision in the OCP. Then a lot of it is to do with land use, so the maps, the policies, guidelines to shape the form of new development, any changes to zoning that should ensue, the public realm that really knits it all together with good connections, good sidewalks, public art, and so on, any amenities the community wants to prioritize. Out of this process, we'll get an understanding of the change that's anticipated. We can modify or confirm the planning boundaries and the housing estimates, identify any municipal servicing or infrastructure requirements, and then bring it together with an implementation framework to ensure that this plan actually happens and the community's vision is realized. We think that this scope of work fulfilling this is around a 12-month process, which we would undertake in 4 phases. So moving from left to right, we begin with some visioning conversations, understand what people would like to see in the future. In the fall, we'd work on options, different ways that vision could be met. These will get firmed up into foundations in the winter of this year and early 2020, and then that would be finalized, refined into a plan that will be proposed for Council's consideration second quarter of next year. Importantly, as we go through this process, we'd want to check back in with Council in between each of these phases. This would allow the community to understand how the feedback we've received is being used, how staff propose to move forward with it. It allows Council to understand what's been going on, and if they wish to recalibrate or reposition the process at any point. And then equally importantly, as this would form part of the OCP, it would conclude with formal Council consideration for adoption through the public hearing and other legislative requirements. So the approach to engagement, as mentioned, it would be adaptive. We would be consistent with Council's policy on this, and we'd also be seeking the input of Council's Community Engagement Committee. Some of the guiding principles or the golden rules, if you like, we want this to be early and ongoing. So really, this process can begin tomorrow, and it would stay open all the way until the public hearing. We want to create a space for the community to collaborate, and not only with staff, but also with each other. So a lot of engagement is about providing that kind of opportunity for deliberative dialogue where people can understand each other's perspectives, build consensus, find common ground and common interests. It would be meaningful at all four phases of the proposed process. It will be broad and transparent, so everyone who wants to participate would be very much encouraged to do so, and all of the feedback we hear would be summarized and provided back to Council and the community in the shape of the findings. In short, we want it to be authentic, informative, varied, robust, and respectful. So the kinds of modalities, if you like, the kinds of ways we'd engage, we would customize them for each phase, and we want to take the input of both stakeholders we meet with, but also Council's Community Engagement Committee. But the kinds of things we're talking about, mail-outs, it's a small enough area where we think we can let everyone really know what's going on. Stakeholder meetings, larger format events where we probably get, in excess of 100 people coming out, but also smaller group discussions where we can do things like charrettes, really roll up our sleeves and design some potential changes. open house formats, survey tools for broader outreach and validation, as well as a dedicated web portal and social media campaign. And a big part of engagement and outreach throughout is going to be stakeholders. The Terms of Reference provides a long list, but just some of the key ones here. It is a close-knit community. This does give staff the advantage of being able to tap into existing networks, most notably Residents Association, Business Association, and a local school and a very active parent advisory committee. So to conclude with the recommendation, should Council give staff direction this evening to proceed with this project, immediately we would form the staff engagement team and we begin outreach meetings with the local stakeholders. There'd be a web page up this week with contact information. People would know who they could contact. They could sign up for updates. We would target CEC's April meeting where we would prepare a consultation plan and take CEC's input on that. Following that, we do a mail out for the broader area. Advertisements, both print media and social media, as well as there being the North Shore News. There is actually a local paper, The Beacon, which has a distribution of around 5,000 households. So again, we can be quite bespoke to the local community in terms of how we try to reach them. We'd like to get out to the community at their own events first. We'd like to attend things like Springfest, Taste the Bay, introduce ourselves, but also use that to promote larger format events, which would conclude this phase one. And we think we're talking about 3 events. Visioning events, scope and format to be determined in consultation with CEC, but probably 3 events the last week of May or so. So with that, I'll conclude. So staff are looking for Council's approval of the terms of reference for this local area plan, which are Appendix A to the report, and we're looking for staff to be directed to commence the planning process in accordance with those terms of reference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Before I go to the one member of the public that has signed up, can I ask if there are any questions from Council? Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Hawkins, for your presentation. It's very thorough. Questions with respect to the public consultation process. I assume when you say survey tools, there will be an online survey component. What sort of measures will you be taking to ensure that the responses we get are from West Vancouver residents versus folks who live in other parts of the Lower Mainland or other parts of the world for the matter?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Wong's question. Yeah, typically what we would do is we do want to get demographic data. It's very useful to understand who we are speaking to, whose opinion is being provided. We would provide the opportunity for people to indicate where they live, where they work. But part of this is also recognizing that Horseshoe Bay is a visitor attraction. The local economy there does benefit from people that are either traveling through the bay on their way to another regional destination, or at least spending time there as they come in from other places. So we would certainly be able to report back to Council on who we've reached, but we wouldn't want to discount the important contribution of people that are actually providing dollars and value time spent in the village.
So will you be able to break out that information so that we can see both parts and then also together, just get a better sense of what's being said?
Correct, I can confirm that.
Thanks.
Councillor Soprovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Hawkins, in the boundaries, is any attention paid to Tantalus Park?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Soprovich's question. Tantalus Park, which I believe refers to the previous St. Monica's Church site, is outside of the local area planning boundaries that have been approved in the OCP.
So you're actually lower than the park is where it's going to start, and the boundaries, Nelson Avenue and along the BC Ferries property.
Yeah, the current boundaries in the approved OCP generally follow the first Marine Drive roundabout without going to the second Marine Drive roundabout, if that makes sense. However, the OCP is clear that the boundaries and the unit estimates will be reviewed and modified and confirmed through the local area planning process. So we want, when we come back to you in around a year's time with a proposed OCP amendment, the boundaries and the unit estimates will be reflective of the intensive process that we're hoping to undertake.
And Mr. Hawkins, have you had any conversation with BC Ferries on what's their intention of the land that they grabbed 20 years ago?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, BC Ferries have reached out, and you'll also see that staff identify them as an important stakeholder in the terms of reference. So we understand BC Ferries are somewhere in the middle of their own engagement process. We anticipate that they will refine their work and then bring it forward in the form of a delegation to you as council so that you'll be familiar with where they've reached, and then they would then continue with their own further public consultation.
Are they considering housing?
I'm not in a position to comment on what they're considering. My understanding is that BC Ferries are working on options which they're going to be taking to their board, much as we would connect with you, our council. And then they will be bringing options they consider as viable to share them first with council and then through you to the wider community.
Well, in your local area planning, then, wouldn't it be kind of important to have at least the indicators from BC Ferries on what their plan is?
And through you, Madam Mayor, I would expect those indications to be forthcoming very soon, and that's one of the reasons we've identified them as a stakeholder, as they have us, so that we can have ongoing conversations and seek to integrate any changes for the terminal into a broader understanding of the local area.
Yeah. And thank you. Well done on the report.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Yes, thank you for the report. It's an exciting project. I'm looking forward to getting together on this. And Bill, thank you. I was wondering about the LAP boundary, and it's nice to know that it's part of the process. Do you have any sense of BC Ferries' timeline for their project and the West Bank or Sewell's Landing timeline, starting, finishing, years?
So Sewell's Landing is currently under construction. Mr. Bailey may be able to confirm 3 years. 2 years. So Ms. Bailey's telling me 2 years construction completion is expected for Sewell's Landing. And the timeline for BC Ferries, again, I expect them to be coming forward to this council in hopefully a matter of weeks, but my understanding is they need to get that confirmation from their board to be able to move forward with their process.
That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Cameron.
Just wanting to confirm, Mr. Hawkins, that we're going to work closely with the Horseshoe Bay residents groups and community. I mean, I know you referenced it, but this is a bit of a unique situation that we have a group that actually came together before we even initiated a local area planning process and invited council to come and hear their community run its own meeting about the future. And so I almost think we're in a, it's like an ideal scenario for a municipality to come in to a community that also they're already on the run, it seems, and I just want to make sure that perhaps on an ongoing basis, and I don't even thought about this, of having perhaps a small consultative or steering committee that you can bounce things off of and hear from, not to take away from any of the broader consultation or the surveys or the events, but just so in real time we can get, because I think you're going to find that there are a number of individuals that are both very well informed, very well plugged in, and also quite constructive and creative.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Cameron's suggestion. Absolutely, I take that very seriously. I've had the pleasure of meeting many residents in that area and share your observation that it's a very close-knit, very constructive, productive and friendly community group to work with. So as soon as this report was published, I did take the liberty of putting it on their radar, and there's been various meetings and email exchanges, and it could well lead to something like monthly meetings or some form of, small C steering committee where we can make sure that we're really getting the benefit of their networks, their expertise, their insights to help with the most efficient and meaningful process we can. So absolutely.
Yeah, and I just parenthetically, I think the Beeline process has taught us, and previous development processes have taught us, the more we can get in with the community earlier and hear some of the concerns, and the more we can do that, either we allay concerns, we correct misconceptions, we tweak the plan as necessary, we explain why things are a certain way, and it just seems to be so much more of a positive process when we get our oars in early. Anyway, just.
Thank you. Councillor Lambert.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, I guess, what Councillor Cameron is saying. He makes a good point. The WRA, I guess, is the group that has been recently reinvigorated, I guess, with the prospect of this local area plan, and it's your baked-in user group. I understand that we have to engage everybody in the community, but that is really a great chassis to sort of build all of your community engagement. And this is where your comment that you made earlier, and I agree with this, about being responsive in the community engagement program, working really closely with this group, which is, it's a small community group, has wide representation, good coverage. It's great. I mean, I think that working closely with them, that it can do quite a bit to expedite the whole process. So.
Agreed.
Thank you. Councillor Wong?
Thank you. Sorry, I have one more question. So through this LAP process, am I right to assume that there will be planning, discussion, consultation with respect to mobility transportation within that area, whether it's walking, biking, cars, transit, and what that will look like in terms of the network?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, correct. I mean, I don't want to dilute from the focus, which is actually legislated, because this will be part of the OCP. This, you know, the real intent of this is land use, and really that means housing and commercial land use. There's obviously park space and various things we don't want to discount either as being important, but the focus is very much that. Where I think transportation, connectivity, access comes in is that obviously that's important for residents, it's important for businesses, and it's the system that kind of weaves the area together. So mobility is certainly a theme, it's an issue, but this is not going to be a detailed transportation plan for Horseshoe Bay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions? Oh, sorry, questions, yeah. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. So I'll go to the questions from Susie Alexander, or comments.
My name is Susie Alexander. I am a lifelong resident and live at 6586 Roseberry Avenue. I have a business at 6611 Royal Avenue, and I'm a director on both the Western Residents Association and the Horseshoe Bay Business Association. Thank you so much for your consideration of the proposal to proceed with the Horseshoe Bay Local Area Plan. The Western Residents Association and the Horseshoe Bay Business Association are excited to begin the collaborative process of crafting the local area plan for the Horseshoe Bay area. Please do not take the lack of in-person representation as a sign of disinterest. It is just that a majority of our members are off on holiday, resting up in hopeful preparation. Horseshoe Bay is a small, close-knit village. It is a vibrant atmosphere hosting many community events such as Taste of the Bay, Dinner on the Dock, the Horseshoe Bay Art Walk, and the Christmas Caroling Bonfire Nights. We are a gateway to the Howe Sound, Sea to Sky, and Sunshine Coast. And as such, we continually welcome millions of visitors to enjoy our beautiful scenery and local amenities, where they often get their first glimpse of the District of West Vancouver. We have a wonderful school with many engaged and involved families. It's a community where you know your neighbors and look out for one another, old, young, and in between. We love our heritage and history and know that a local area plan can be developed that will renew our streets and parks while maintaining the look and feel of our neighborhood and allowing our local economy to thrive while increasing the social well-being of all its residents. As many of you know, we had a very well-attended town hall meeting on January 23rd, and we continue to inform and engage with our community, giving opportunity for open discourse and inclusion. We all look forward to a transparent, cooperative, and productive partnership between the district and the community, ensuring that the resulting plan considers all 5 tenets of the OCP to bring about the residents' best quality of life, maintaining the character of our neighborhood while revitalizing our village center. We hope that you will agree to proceed with the Horseshoe Bay Local Area Plan with a vision for its great success and hopefully becoming a model for future LAP processes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that support, encouragement, and attending. Thank you, Ms. Alexander. All right, so I'll come back. I don't see any other speakers on this item. Yeah, so I'll come back to council now to put the motion on the floor for debate. Councillor Gambioli.
So I will recommend that the Horseshoe Bay Local Area Plan, terms of reference attached as Appendix A to the report from the Manager of Community Planning and Sustainability dated February 18th, 2019 be approved, and that staff be directed to commence the Horseshoe Bay Local Area Planning process in accordance with these terms of reference.
Second.
Another duet.
Yes. All right, are there any comments? You going to the firster and the seconder?
So the only comments I'll make is that I know staff have worked really hard to pull this together quickly because we asked them to. So thank you. And I have great faith in the ability of Mr. Hawkins and Mr. Bailey and your team to pull this off. So I'm really looking forward to this. It'll be a lot of work, but it's a great project to move forward. So.
Thank you. And Councillor Cameron?
Yeah, I'm actually thrilled. Well, on several fronts, I'm thrilled to be talking about something other than the beeline, to be perfectly frank. And I'm thrilled to be working on an area of the community that in 7.5 years, with the exception of Sewell's, has seen very little of council's attention. I love Horseshoe Bay. My doctor's there. We frequently go for dinner there. And I feel like, although I live in Ambleside, I feel like it's definitely part of my community. I think there's a real potential here to really improve the public realm in Horseshoe Bay and make it even better. I think this is a classic case of win-win. There's some properties that are ripe for renewal, and there's opportunities that are presenting themselves with the Sewell's development, with the renovations to the park, and then also with BC Ferries engaging in their quite a broad-ranging blue sky vision for the terminal. So I think this is all coming together at a in a really synchronous way, and I'm very much looking forward to this, and I'm expecting it to be one of the most gratifying things that I've ever experienced on council, and I'm particularly pleased that it's going on next, and we're getting to this now. And I'll say that I haven't also given up on in the interim, in the next year, in the shorter time frame, making some sort of concrete, small but significant investments in Horseshoe Bay and the streetscapes that we've talked about in the sidewalks and the paving and some of the trees. I would love to see the area sort of start to get spruced up and allow people to see some tangible results and get excited about the process. So I quite frankly, I couldn't be more positive about this, and I'll support it wholeheartedly.
Councillor Thompson?
Well, in case you've missed the love fest going on here, I think you can rest assured that your representation today, for whatever reason happened, is not a factor in this. And I think you should understand that your efforts and abilities have been recognized by our team, and I think you guys will be working really well together in a transparent, productive environment. We all want to see this done, and we're all very excited for it. The one thing I would suggest is we really spend a lot of time thinking about how we're going to spend our time and money on community engagement. And when you have a tight-knit community like that with so many major stakeholders, I don't know if you want to be spending a whole lot of money on mail-outs and surveys and things like that. I think some real hands-on community engagement, you might want to discuss that with Susie, since she does that so well. But I just think you really need to think about where you're spending your money there, because they have a great network of people. I guess what I'm going to be really curious about here is seeing how the dynamic, two very, very strong dynamics. You've got an intimate, engaged community there who have a real sense of what they want. And then you've got this massive influx of a busy community that wants to come in and out and see it and leave. And it's going to be interesting to see how that comes together. And I know we all recognize that. And I do think if we're not afraid of each other, it's going to be a good thing. And likewise with BC Ferries, it must seem like a big looming force with someone with so much impact on your community. But I honestly believe, and what I've seen is they want to do something great. And I think they want to do something great with you guys, so let's all work together.
Thank you. Councillor Wong?
Thank you, Your Worship, and I want to congratulate our planning staff for putting this together. Very efficient and very compact, but yet what I believe will be a very meaningful process. So I certainly look forward to those results. I don't know about Councillor Thompson, but I certainly look forward to riding my Vespa down there I rarely get to have fish and chips, but whenever I go visit, I always try to do that. So there we go. Thank you.
Councillor Soprovich?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Wong showed me a picture of Horseshoe Bay in the early days. I told her I was swimming there in 1947. To you folks, you know, that work and live there, I think it's tremendous that the attention is paid to get a, just do the entire area. As a matter of fact, when we were talking about Sewell's, I said, I think it was to you, that we should look at a serious master plan for Horseshoe Bay. So here it is, and it's coming forward. I think it's a wonderful thing for the area. And maybe BC Affairs will give us some land back. You never know.
Thank you. I was just looking for the number because I remember reading that I think the population of the area is 650, 680. Anyway, I'm a firm believer that the smaller the group, the more engaged the group. I saw this at the schools. Smaller schools get more, you know, like Cypress Park, they get every parent involved. Get big schools, everyone thinks it's going to be someone else dealing with it. And I think Horseshoe Bay has sent a message to us, the residents, that they're keen. You took a very proactive approach, and I have no doubt that all 680 of those residents are going to be participating in this. And so that's going to really validate the process, the program. We're definitely listening, and we're looking forward to the exciting vision that the residents have and being able to implement that for you. So look forward to following the process very carefully, and thanks to staff. Thanks for coming too. All right, so can I get a motion on this one? We do have the motion, you're right. And we'll, if there are no further questions or comments, call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And so moving to item 6, the budget. Proposed 2019 operating and capital budgets.
Thank you, Your Worship. For those that may not know me, I'm Isabel Gordon. I'm the Director of Financial Services, and I'm here to present the proposed 2019 operating and capital budgets. I'll be speaking about shifts in assessment in the community, the 2019 capital budget, the operating budget, and the budget survey, and the results of that survey. So in terms of assessments, generally when we do our budget consultation, our budget meetings, we do start off with the assessment shifts in West Vancouver because people are quite interested in them, and there's generally a level of misunderstanding about how assessments and taxes are related to each other. The assessment system basically works so that for every property that has the same value, the same amount of taxes are collected. So what that means is that if your property falls in value, but it does not fall in value as much as the average property has fallen in value, taxes will shift onto your property. Conversely, if it falls in value more than the average, and this year the fall in value was 9.4%, taxes will shift off of that property. So this is the first year since I've been doing the budget, so that would be 4 years, that there has been actually a fall in value. In 2018, we had sort of a neutral situation. You can see from the gray on the map that there was very little change, gray meaning very little change in assessment. And then this year, we've had same gray areas that had very little change in assessment, 1 to 10% decrease, and the more green or cooler areas we've tried to indicate were more decreases in value. So this will shift where taxes will fall. It actually has it is just about distributing the taxes. It really does not affect the amount of taxes. In terms of the capital budget, this has been a difficult year for the capital budget for West Vancouver. There have been a number of things which have had to be postponed. So you can see on our 20-year life cycle replacement graph, the year 2020, which is the second column in, there's quite a spike in requirements for replacement. And the reason for this is because of things that have had to be postponed because the district has simply not had enough money for many years in the past to invest at the optimal level for its assets. This is all coming to a head, basically, in the next 2 to 3 years, because there are a number of things which are very important that will require investment. So there is basically a shortfall. Council have been, over the past several years, have been addressing this issue by building up an asset levy in 2015, and there was only $7.4 million being allocated to capital investment. A big change was made in that year, so that, or in the following year, 2016, so that an asset levy could begin to be built up to a reasonable level. And we're hoping that in this year, Council will agree to complete that process and raise the level to $14.5 million, which would be the amount. I'll just, if I can go back to the previous slide. $14.5 million would be the amount. There we go. Which would permanently allocate an optimal level of funding to the asset maintenance. Now, I want to be clear, this is the amount of money that needs to be invested every year in order to keep the assets at optimal level. This is only enough money if the assets already are at optimal level. That's not the case, and so we will require some greater investment to bring the assets up to the standard. But if council are agreeable to completing this asset levy, it will be for all time to come, it will be of great benefit to the district. And this would to complete this asset levy to the $14.5 million level would require a tax rate increase of 2.16. We've actually been able to reduce that to 1.76 by suggesting that some of the operational funding, which we've been able to find for this year, also be added to the asset levy to bring us up to $14.5 million. So, as I showed you before on the graph, the 5-year projection for funds does show a shortfall in 2020 and 2021. By the time we arrive at 2020, last year I showed that there was a shortfall in 2019, but the current year's budget must always balance. So 2019 staff have done a great deal of work going through all of the asset requirements and seeing what could be shifted to future years. This will have to be done again in 2020, and it will have to keep being done as long as the asset investment needs to be rationalized in this way. But I'm quite hopeful that we'll be able to come up with some strategies to propose to council so that we can do what I call catch up and get all the assets into the condition that the community, I believe, expects. So the identified critical projects were $24 million worth of projects. Our fund balances, you can see there, I won't go through all the numbers, but we had about $25 million in available funds. As I say, we were very careful in going through the projects, and we have postponed some things into 2020 and 2021. And we do have about $1.2 million, which we will be able to use next year, which will give us a bit of a head start in trying to fund all those things that need to be funded. So the next steps for the asset level, we want to increase the levy funding to maintenance level, and if council agree to the 1.76% asset levy increase, we will have accomplished that goal. We will, as I suggested, develop catch-up strategies for asset investment. We're taking action now on options for the high-use, poor-condition assets. This is a list of assets which we've identified to council 2 years ago, which are not in good condition,
well, we identified low-use poor condition assets, but now we've also identified high-use poor condition assets, and these are things that actually would be the focus of what we need to bring up to speed first. We've developed a framework for evaluating new assets in the 2019 budget decision-making process, and we're applying that framework. And we're also in the process of incorporating risk management information into asset management modeling. And all of these things are going to help in focusing the funds that we do have on the areas that need it the most, so that in fact we're able to do the catching up that's required. In terms of the operating budget, the factors affecting the 2019 operating budget, the main factors were the creation by the provincial government of the employer health tax, the ice arena season extension because of the new ice creation equipment that was invested in last year. Ice is now able to be provided all year round, so this has been a tremendous benefit to the community that uses the ice arena, and has allowed an extension of the hours that the arena is available. We have some revenue reductions in Parks, Culture, and Community Services, which we've worked very hard to make sure that we actually predicted they would be higher when I last spoke to you, but we've worked very hard to bring them down, and to also put in place strategies to reduce costs related to these reduced revenues. And we have a very substantial increase in the investment revenue, interest revenue, because of a new investment strategy, which, working with the Finance Committee, we've been able to develop, have endorsed and put into place. So these are the numbers. The labor contract is increases for all of the staff on average are around 2%. The employer health tax is a $1.2 million hit. This is a tax of 1.95% of all items running through payroll, including overtime pay, benefits, and so forth, which we are now required to remit to the provincial government. We have critical operating items. There's a list of those provided in the report. The North Shore Emergency Management, which is a tri-municipal emergency service funded by all 3 municipalities, has a small increase, and there's the ice arena season extension that I mentioned. We do have revenues and costs related to the ice arena season extension, and this is the net effect. Our change in Parks, Culture, and Community Services revenue, which was over $400,000, has been brought down to $315,000, and the mitigation effects or cost management, which I mentioned, is also there. In terms of operational savings or additional income, we have reviewed carefully the fees and charges, and we expect to get about another $100,000 there. The investment income that I mentioned, it's almost $1.3 million, conservatively projected. So if there's a budget amendment in the fall, we're actually hoping to be able to provide a bit more, but we have to project very carefully at this point. It's all based upon interest rates, and no one really knows where interest rates are going. Savings on bank fees, a small amount, but still significant, because the district have entered into a very competitive process for bank services, and we're able to get a fee reduction. And then we have the transfer to capital, which is what I'm suggesting we would, in fact, devote to the asset levy in order to bring that increase down to 1.76. The value of new construction, based on the estimates from BC Assessment, we won't be able to confirm that number until we receive the revised assessment roll, which will be available to us probably on the 1st of April. And, but again, we're being conservative, and we hope that this number will in fact be correct. And that brings the operating tax rate increase down to 2.19%, which is well below the rate of inflation. So putting these things all together, the asset levy plus the operational increase would be an increase of 3.95%. We've also shown the rate increases for water and sewer just for comparative purposes, and to show what the total year-over-year change in charges from the district to the median household would be. It's about $236 for the median household, which is around $2.5 million, the value of the house, the median household. So that's a little bit less than $20 a month, and hopefully the community and council feel that is reasonable. So altogether, it would be a 4.78% increase. A lot of that is actually driven by the sanitary and storm sewer increase, which is related to the wastewater treatment plant. In terms of the budget survey, we did do a survey focusing not on the budget as a whole, but on the community amenity contribution funding. These are funds which have been received for developers for the development of amenities in the community. So from the various capital items that were submitted, we took out the ones that in fact are in the nature of amenities. In other words, these would be things that either are new to the community or would be major renovations of things that are not considered basic infrastructure. And you can see the list there. There was strong support for the library infrastructure and the Lighthouse Park accessibility project. And then there was weaker support for Garrow Bay Trails and Stairs, but still support, and Rutledge Field Stairs. And there was what I would call split support, or what I have called split support, for the Memorial Park ramp and the civic site Great Long fencing. So we're not recommending that those things be funded at this time because it seems that there may be a need to talk to the community further about what these projects are to find out whether in fact the community really desires these as amenities. In terms of the Ferry Building Gallery, again, the support is split. That project is actually the subject of a grant application, which we're quite hopeful will be favorably received. And if that, and we'll be coming back in the fall to speak to council about the results of that process and whether the grant has been obtained. If the grant has been obtained, then there would be significantly less funding required from the district in order to move that project forward. And if it's not, then I think because of the size of the project and its significance to the community, we were having some further consideration and consultation on it. The same thing really applies to Navijack Nature House. From the comments that we received, it was clear that there was some confusion in the community about what this project is actually meant to do and all the different components of it. So staff are suggesting that it not be funded now, but that some further consultation be done to find out what the community's, whether the community support is in fact there. I should point out that for community amenity contributions, council can access those at any time. Like any time council passed a motion that this, these projects or other projects from community amenities should be funded, that's perfectly fine. And so it's not necessary that that be done right now. So staff's recommendation were an asset levy increase of 1.76%, an operating budget increase of 2.19%, and amenity projects of $798,000, the list being below. This report and these recommendations were discussed by the Finance Committee at their meeting last week on March the 5th, and they in fact passed a different resolution. This is the Finance Committee recommendation to Council. They supported the asset levy increase of 1.76 and the operating budget increase of 2.19, but they in fact made a different recommendation from staff from the one that I just showed, which was that $92,000 be approved at this time for the 3 projects that are listed, and that the remaining $706,000 for the library infrastructure project be deferred and reevaluated in the context of other capital infrastructure projects. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, and we have some questions. Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a few questions. Ms. Gordon, so with respect to the ops budget, so you're telling us there's a 2.19% increase, correct?
That's
and so
correct.
if we take out the employer health tax, what is actually the increase?
It would be less than 1% if the employer health tax were not there.
Okay, so it's relatively low. And so I guess that sort of leads into my next question with respect to the asset levy. You went from, what, 2.16 to 1.76?
That's correct.
So if my understanding is correct, so we're now on the last year of the asset levy mitigation plan, if you will. So what happens after that? So should we not have a higher asset levy so that we can not just maintain our assets, but make them awesome, for lack of a better descriptor?
Well, certainly the asset levy can go higher. The commitment that was made to the community when the asset levy was first introduced was that we would work to bring it up to what was calculated to be the average level. Now, this community may not feel that that's sufficient and may wish to, in fact, increase it. But the caution I would say, and there's certainly no problem with that, I think most communities in the Lower Mainland, in fact, have been building up asset levies for some time, and may even, in fact, be devoting a higher percentage of their overall budgets to capital investment. But the cautionary note I would sound is it's sort of like trying to save up to buy a house. At some point, you have to say to yourself, well, we need a large sum of cash, and we're not really going to get that in this very gradual way. This gradual way is sufficient to build up that permanent level of investment, as I mentioned, but it's not going to solve the catch-up problem. But certainly, there's no reason why, if the community wishes to continue to add to the asset levy, that they could not do that.
So if it doesn't solve the catch-up problem, should we then not come up with a different number so that we can solve the catch-up problem? Otherwise, we'll constantly be behind the 8 ball and trying to catch up. Does my logic work, or am I?
I think what I'm trying to say is that you cannot solve the catch-up problem with the asset levy. You need, because it will take you so long to, in fact, build up to that level, that the assets in the meantime
will be gone.
Yeah, so we're looking at a 20-year cycle here.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sofrovich.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Gordon, number one, the consideration of Finance Committee on the library $706,000 to be reevaluated in other capital infrastructure projects. What does that mean?
Your Worship, I really probably should let the members of the Finance Committee who brought that forward speak to that, but my understanding of it, if it's helpful, is that, as I mentioned, there are a number of fairly substantial capital projects which have been postponed into 2020 and beyond, including, for instance, the replacement of a tower truck at the fire department, the remediation of the Nelson Canyon Bridge, the seismic upgrade of this municipal hall, and so on. So there are, and then there are other projects. For instance, the community, misspeaking here, the Arts Facility Committee, which is to report shortly, I think will be recommending that additional investment be made in arts facilities. There are a number of projects on the waterfront and in Ambleside Park. 2 of them we just saw. So there is a list of what I would call major projects, which all of which are needing funding and should be considered. And I think the Finance Committee are aware of this, and perhaps not to put interpretations on what they were saying, but there is a need for the district to maybe take a step back and look at all of these things at one time and try to decide where the priorities are, because there are, with the best will in the world and catch-up strategies and so on, there will have to be some things done before others. Not everything will be able to be done at once.
Well, thank you for that. I look at the sheet here of some $19 million in existing assets investment in, and then new investment, another $1.3 million. every time we turn around, there seems to be another demand. It's like a never-ending story. Now, when you do the asset levy, it really is for maintenance of, let's say, critical situations. Of late, we have them listed, or you listed them last year, and some decommissioning if we need to. So in the throes of that, back to Councillor Wong's position that the money that's already been attained to do the critical side, it's really gone already if we're going to do that, is it not?
Your worship, through you to Councillor Soprovich, the intention and the way that that asset levy is calculated is that it does try to meet the needs each and every year. So every year, the intention is that that money would be spent.
Right.
The graph that I showed previously does go up and down, so in some years there's more of a requirement than others. The problem is that for whatever reason, there was underinvestment in the assets previously. So again, we're trying to catch up. In terms of the $19 million, or actually $25 million that's requested for this year's capital budget, the municipality requires a level of investment every year in order to keep the assets going. I mean, that's simply the way it is. There's almost $1 billion worth of assets out there. So, you know, it's not, this is a pretty minimal investment in that level of assets to keep them going.
Well, let me ask you then, on the basis of a continuous asset levy assessment increase every year, I didn't see the projections here, but somewhere in the 20s, it's going to even out a bit, is it not? We're going to catch up, and we will then be able to hit all the critical needs of the buildings and other things that we should be looking at?
Your worship, through you to Councillor Soprovich, that is certainly the goal. That is the goal. But it depends on whether some of these critical catch-up investments can be made. And right now, the district actually, as a corporation, does not have a great deal of financial resources set aside.
Got it.
So some, you know, ideas about how to manage this catching up will have to be considered.
So how does it work? Either Ms. Lemus or the staff say to you, we have a critical situation on a building or something in the community that requires funding, and then it comes back to finance and then back to us for approval?
Your worship, we go through a process for the capital budget where we have, in fact, all of the asset managers who are involved in asset maintenance, the facilities manager, the fleet manager, all of the engineering staff are very acutely aware of the state and condition of the assets, and we do actually have we have that all recorded and updated each and every year. So we have a complete list of all the assets, and we have a complete evaluation of the state and condition of all of the assets. So it is from that knowledge and from that list that the list of critical items which is put forward for funding is developed. And then, as I said, this year, because a number of things had sort of come forward which really had to take precedence over other things, we did quite an extensive process with going back to staff and saying, yes, we understand that these things are critical, but can some of them be postponed? And that is how we managed to fit within the available envelope of funds.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Isabel. It's getting late. I have 3 points of question or clarity. First of all, am I right in saying that the EHT contributes to 1/3 of the operating budget increase?
Your worship, I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, at about 1.2 million-ish?
Yes.
Okay. Along the lines of Councillor Wong's comments, I believe you've done a really great job at sharing us down our operating budget from 2.9 to 2.19. And I'm not sure if I think I heard different numbers from you than were written in the executive summary, but to clarify, at 2.9% increase, the average per median household cost would be about $157. And at 2.19 increase, the cost per median household would be $122 for a difference of $35.
I'm sorry, I don't actually have the 2.9 projection here. I believe you're correct, but
Okay.
I don't want to give numbers off the top of my head, I'm sorry.
Okay, it's in the executive summary, and I guess to Councillor Wong's point earlier is, it's great to meet our goals and targets for sure, but in a time like this, should we perhaps try to pad it up? And if, to look at a slight increase like that per household can create some sort of cushion for us. And I don't know what that is, but it might be worth exploring, given what we've got coming in 2020. So I'll just put that on the table. And then the other question I had is our increase in what was that? The labor contracts, reclass, fringe savings, is that actually wages, basically?
It's wages and it's primarily wages. It's contracted wage increase with the various employee groups.
So that's an increase of 2.06.
Yeah, on average. There are different increases for different groups, such as the police and fire, but it's an average of 2.06.
So when are our union negotiations coming up?
I think they're different for different groups. Again, I don't have that information in front of me. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I can certainly send it to you. But I believe we have 2 contracts that have 1 year to run and one that expires at the end of this year.
And do you expect that to affect that increase or decrease? Or
it won't affect it in this year. But it will, of course, affect it in the future. But at this point, it's a little early to predict. For instance, for police and fire, there's generally a very strong regional influence over what the increase would be, and it's a little early to predict what that's going to turn out to be.
Okay, and then just finally back to the EST. I know it's more this year. Can you estimate what it would be next year?
That it should not be very much more next year. The big hit is this year, not only because the EHT comes into force and has to be paid, but this was actually put forward by the government, the province, as a replacement for the MSP, medical service premiums, and those they reduced by 50%, but there's still 50% of that to be paid this year. Fortunately, last year, when they reduced them by 50%, instead of actually spending that money, we set it aside so we could pay it this year. But from now forward, I expect that the EHT will be relatively stable unless the government, for some reason, changes the percentage that they're going to assess.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving to Councillor Lambert.
Back to these catch-up strategies, Ms. Gordon, can you elaborate a little more on what those might be, or what the realm of catch-up strategies for the asset levy funding might be?
Well, a great deal depends on what it is that council and the community want to move forward with and how quickly they want to move forward with it. However, there are estimates out there of between $50 and $100 million for various levels of asset replacement, including the emergent vision for the Civic Center and so on, which is a long-term plan. What I have been trying to work on, and what the Finance Committee have agreed to work on this year, is to look at possible alternate sources of revenue, efficiencies that we can gain in the operations of the district, and also consolidation of the assets, because some of the strategies may have to do with perhaps not having quite so many assets, or having them not quite distributed as widely as they are right now, because in some cases that really drives up the maintenance costs. Also, I think some consideration will have to be given to whether the district wishes to borrow funds or whether they wish to look at other major sources of revenue. And finally, the Finance Committee with staff are working on what's called a public benefit strategy for the community amenity contributions. And those should also be considered as something that might be invested in various community assets.
Well, thank you for all of that. It would be good at some point to have a little summary paper on those different catch-up strategies, the alternate sources of funding, the consolidation, the CAC, just as a kind of a quick reference when we're considering these various projects as we go along. And I think you also covered off my next question, that the public benefit strategy is AKA sort of community amenity contribution strategy or policy.
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Lambert, it would be a policy to guide the allocation of community amenity contributions to amenities, which the district has a very strong policy around the calculation of community amenity contributions and the collection of them, but there has not been a policy in place to suggest, in fact, what these things would, what principles would be used to allocate the funds.
Yeah.
So that would be the public benefit strategy.
Yeah, really, it's an allocation policy. And when, last question, when might we expect to see something?
So
some progress on that?
the policy, or some principles to develop the policy and the policy outline are going to be presented to the Finance Committee probably at their next meeting, which I believe is in May. And then the Finance Committee have undertaken to actually take that and work on it and come back with something that could be presented to Council. So hopefully no later than the fall of this year.
Thank you.
Councillor Wong.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question following Councillor Socravich's questions, but, there's an order of it. So if I hear you correctly, are you saying that perhaps we need actually a higher asset levy to be able to achieve the level of asset maintenance and continuation, like for West Vancouver? Like, is that what you're saying, or?
Your Worship, if Council wants to look at the asset levy contribution, not just as maintenance, but also to create funding for this catch-up problem,
right,
then it would need to go above where it is now. So my hope is this year that the 1.76 will be supported so that we will have achieved the maintenance level. If Council wishes to provide funding above that, above the maintenance level, that could then be used to address the issue of catching up, then yes, it would need to go higher.
do you have an estimation on what that increase ought to be?
Councillor Wong, through the mayor to you, I don't have an estimate of that because there's almost no upper limit to what you can invest in assets. So it's really a decision that Council has to make, through their understanding of the community, as to how much the community wants to invest in the assets, and whether they want to do it in some kind of lump sum form, if you will, or whether they want to use this strategy or both.
Fair enough. Mr. Panetton, can you clarify, are councillors able to ask for a non-binding straw poll on questions, or how does one communicate with one's colleagues?
Madam Mayor, through you to Councillor Wong, there's no provision in the council procedure bylaw for any sort of straw poll, but if councillors, through their comments going around the table, wanted to indicate their thoughts on a matter, then that's permitted under the council procedure bylaw. Thank you.
The reason I ask is it sounds from some from some of the comments coming from my colleagues that perhaps there's interest in examining this asset levy component to, as you say, do more than just maintain, but catch up, shall we say. So that's why I'm not sure what's the process. If that is the interest of my colleagues, I'm throwing that out there.
Councillor Wong, if I might suggest something, rather than kind of try to amend this sort of on the fly, you could make a motion asking staff to make a recommendation around this. Just from my perspective, I don't think I would support just padding this up, given the financial climate of the community, but I may be alone on this.
Hence why the straw poll, I wanted to see where my colleagues stood, because that's what it sounds like from some of the comments, but I wasn't, 100%, so, yeah.
But council could comment on it, I suppose. I don't think that's... Although it probably is better if you do make a specific motion so that council knows what you mean. And we can break out the elements of the motion to discuss them individually.
Sure.
So that could be an amendment to the asset levy motion.
I see. Some of my colleagues, they were blinking.
Councillor Soprovich is going to, I believe, make the motions. I'm suggesting we break them out individually for that reason, and also for the reason of the Finance Committee's recommendations around item 3.
Yes.
Which I'm just putting on the fly. I will be making amendments.
So, Councillor Soprovich, can you make the motions individually?
Move that that described in the report dated February 4th, 2019, regarding 2019 operating and capital budgets, 1, the proposed 2019 asset levy increase of 1.76 be approved.
Okay, we can get a seconder for discussion and still accept amendments.
I'm not going to second because I'm going to bring an amendment.
Should we do all 3 as a motion? Or no?
Councillor
Do one at a
Cameron,
time.
just for clarification, though, we're breaking these into individual motions. So we're just discussing, council, the asset levy increase at this point. So if I could get, does someone want a second? All right, we've got a seconder, Councillor Lambert. All right, so did you want to propose an amendment to the motion, since we're so good at amendments now?
I actually think Councillor Thompson had a comment, or no?
I'm not quite sure where it's appropriate at this point.
Oh, fair enough.
As far as, shall I give it? A little bit off of Mayor Booth's comment about, given the climate, I'm acutely aware of the delicate state of our overburdened constituents. It's tough, but I do think we need to think about what's important for the community now and in the long run. And I'm worried that if we don't start, I just think this is the direction to go to. And I don't know if the asset levy is the way to go to look at increasing it or padding it, but I would like to see our finance department go back and see how they could elevate this a bit.
Your Worship, just
Ms. Gordon?
point of information, we do need to get an asset levy and a tax rate levy approved tonight so that we can create the financial plan on a timely basis.
Okay, sure.
We can certainly bring back options, but it would be very difficult for us to then do the plan. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay.
All right, so I'm not going to discourage an amendment if you want to make it. Alternatively, we can get more information for the implications of various levels of increase, if that's council's will.
Yeah. So I'm on. So do I make my motion now, or
If you'd like to.
amendment?
Well, I seconded
Yeah, we've got the main motion on the floor. So if any councillors want to move an amendment, a change to the percentage as stated, then they can make that Yep.
So, as you stated, so if you need a decision with respect to the asset levy, so say it's 1.76 tonight, is council able to come back and say, I don't know, a month's time, when you represent different other alternative options and add to it? Does that make sense? Or is that
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Wong, not until next year, because there's a single opportunity to set the tax rates and the financial plan. And in order to prepare the financial plan, we do need a number. We need a number that we can work with. It can be 1.76. Staff are recommending that we don't go below that. Certainly, if any amount above that was provided, we would take that money and set it aside for future use, because this number, 1.76, is sufficient to fund the proposed capital budget.
And would you have a recommendation? Not, no, I know not, but if we did, so, I know this is awkward, but.
I think maybe if council wanted to consider, for instance, as much as 2%, that would, I mean, any amount above 1.76 would result in funds which could be set aside for future use. So I'm trying to do math in my head and find, and it's about $220,000 for, that would provide an extra 220, say to $240,000. Yeah. For instance, if you went from 1.76 to 2%. But I should also mention, Your Worship, that $200,000 would be there permanently. So it's $200,000 each and every year going into the future.
Council, can I just sort of make some historical comments? Councillor Wong and Councillor Thompson, when we started on council, or when I started on council, we went through this similar deliberation before we had even an asset plan. We said we knew we were behind the 8 ball, and we said, let's just start somewhere. And we ended up backing off of that, because I'm not saying that the asset levy is based on good data and planning, and it is an infinite. It's almost infinite the amount of money we could spend, and so I guess I would discourage us from just raising the number, because we know it's not enough. We're on a progression. We're on a plan that we've had for the last 5 years, and we're going to meet that goal. And then I think we should be looking at our assets, our how we're doing, how much money we're spending in a given year on asset maintenance. Is it enough? Is it really out of whack? And then making a more informed decision. I think you're
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
What you're debating is whether we should increase the asset levy. I would be much more comfortable if I'll put it on the floor, an increase in the asset levy, and then we can all have our say on it.
Fair
so
enough,
what you're
but
doing is
I know-
debating the merits of the motion, and we should all have a say in that, because I don't agree with some of the things, but I agree with some of your things, so
Fair enough, but
that's the process.
Just again, Councillor Cameron, what I was trying to do was help, because Councillor Wong and Councillor Thompson seem reluctant to put the motion forward. I was just trying to help give you some historical context. I'm not trying to discourage you from it, and I'm not trying to preempt debate. Because there was hesitation, I was trying to help.
Yes. Well, to that, Madam Mayor, I appreciate that, and I guess I've come ill-prepared. I had a notion of what I wanted to accomplish, but I didn't think I'd be expected to set that number. And so perhaps we'll come to that through debate. I don't know. And I do.
You have to make a motion to it.
So maybe okay. Now I'm stuck.
You can't just open it up and say, I want to increase it. What should it be? So you can pick a number. And we can.
Councillor Cameron.
Sorry, I'm just trying to help out.
Let the chair help then. He can't help himself. All right. So All right, I think we better put the main motion on the floor. You're welcome to think about it and prepare more for next year at another time if you don't have something to do. Again, let's get the main motion.
It's on the floor.
Yeah, all right, so let's have a vote on it.
Can I comment? I've been
Yes,
waiting
as the
for
proposer.
almost
Yeah,
7
thank
minutes
you,
to say
thank you.
something.
It's a long night, Councillor Soprovich.
Well, Ms. Gordon and her staff are, I think, the best financial people in the province. There's no question of her years of experience on the North Shore. I breached the same thing, your history about what we did in the past and gung-ho on the asset levy. And if it's a perfect world, we might be able to achieve some of that. However, the catch-up thing is a little bit different in the way it's working. You know, the process really should be, we should have a session with staff on this issue. It should go through finance to have a deliberation on it and then come back to us and bring it to council for another discussion at some other point. I say that on the basis that we're never going to catch up. We're going to keep topping up, and for very good reason that many of the critical needs in this community are going to get larger as time goes on, Councillor Wong, and certainly at some point in time, let's build a pattern where there be consistency every year of a set number, if we can come up with that. I think that would be something that I would look forward to. I'm not knocking your putting in a suggestion, though. So anyway, I've made the first motion. It's
Yep.
been seconded.
It has been, and Councillor Gambioli has a
Oh, okay, yeah.
comment.
So I'll just say that I agree with Councillor Soprovich that we have the best finance team anywhere. So I want to thank you, Ms. Gordon, because you're amazing and you've turned the ship around. I will comment on generally what's been said so that I don't have to come back and say it again. So I think the asset levy is fine the way it is. We've worked on it, as Mayor Booth said, for 5 years, and I am not opposed to increasing it next year or to having that conversation about how we want to move forward next year. I don't think we need to make a motion. I think that staff are listening to everything we say tonight, and if we, generally agree that that's something that we're open to, or most of us are open to, then that is something they will be happy to work on. But I don't think it's very wise to do it tonight. Anyway, I will support the 1.76, I will support the 2.19, and I will support the Finance Committee motion later on. I think that many residents are going to get really slammed by the school's tax and possibly the vacancy tax this year, and we're going to hear a lot about it, even though it's not our issue. So I don't think, adding fuel to the fire is super wise this year.
Councillor Thompson?
Again, I know it's a tough one, and I think, I think of our community, and the school tax and the speculation tax are not coming back to us, and that concerns me. If I have the numbers request, I think, I would recommend to amend the motion to increase the asset levy to 2.5. Is that right? 2.5% from 1.76.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, so now we have an amendment, really.
You have to speak to it.
I guess to what I said, I think this is really tough, and I realize how humbling this will be to throw another hardball at our community, but we've got to start taking care of our infrastructure, and whether it's catch-up or not, I don't believe this is the catch-up tool. I think this just gives us a little bit of cushion to make sure we have what we need in place moving forward.
I seconded it, so I'll just speak briefly. I mean, I'm seconding it mostly because I think it's worthwhile to have the discussion, otherwise it's awkward. I do hear what Mayor Booth has said about this, and Councillor Cambioli, and I take those points. This is not at all a implied criticism of what staff have brought forward. Ms. Gordon has brought forward what she thinks the taxpayers can bear. But, you know, since in the 7 years we've been on council, we've been playing catch-up on these assets. And we finally got to the replacement level, but we've got, in a sense, a mortgage on our house of 14 million or more. And while this, I take Ms. Gordon's comment that this is not going to eliminate, and increasing the asset levy is not going to eliminate that, I think we would be prudent to pay down our mortgage a little bit if we can. This would be about 750,000, let's say, by my understanding. So that's a 5% pay down of the deficit, and I think if we can come at it from two ends. We can come at it through putting away a little bit more money, and then hopefully shaving down the big number by divesting ourselves of some assets or coming up with creative strategies to find some of the other deficits. So I'm happy to support this, and recognizing, of course, that the taxpayer is under pressure this year. But at the same time, all we're doing by putting it off is in a sense pushing the debt along for another year onto taxpayers of the future.
All right. Any other? Oh, Councillor Wong.
Councillor Thompson, sorry, I don't know if I missed it. Can you clarify where you're?
Where I got the number?
Yeah. How are you getting to 2.5 versus?
Made that every 250, every quarter point is worth 250,000. Approximately, and just based on how we shaved down from 2.9 to 2.1, it seemed within the range of what our, if I'm wrong.
So, if I might, to Councillor Thompson's point, ideally, the initial potential budget increase was at 2.91%. And so through staff, through a number of different savings, we managed to get the operating increase down from 2.91 to 2.19. And I think what Councillor Thompson is saying is to that particular amount of savings should be allocated to the 1.76, which just in very general terms brings you up to 2.25%.
Assuming it has a similar value to per household as I demonstrated before, $35.
Yes, which is at the beginning, exactly right, yes, and your numbers were correct.
Conceptually, that's a great idea, but would it not be more prudent for us to this year approve a 1.76 and then come back with a different number next year, finding that sweet spot? In terms of, speaking with financial experts, the community, and all that sort of stuff. I'm just throwing that out there.
All right. So, Councillor Soprovich.
Madam Mayor, Councillor Cameron, do not think this should really go in front of the Finance Committee to have a discussion on it?
The Finance Committee is quite concerned about the deficit that we've got and is looking at ways of making it up. I think that I didn't hear anything at the Finance Committee that would have led me to believe that they would disagree with this sentiment put forward by Councillor Thompson. It really wasn't up for discussion. I think there is a consistent concern about this gap, and I think if I was guessing, I would say that they wouldn't view unfavorably an attempt to narrow that gap. But I can't. I'm speculating at this point.
Well, Madam Mayor, I just wondered if Ms. Gordon and staff worked diligently to provide us with a certain amount of information and try to bear down on the increases. Looking at the public purse out there, it's difficult at times. And I just wondered in last minute turn to go ahead and increase this asset levy, which is probably something that in the future needs to be done, but I think we have to be cautious of the taxation that we're presenting, along with the school tax to their general fund in the provincial government. I think it's a real slam, we then have utilities on top of that. I think we should be cautious on any increase at this point in time to the asset levy.
All right, any further questions? Can I call the question? All in favor? We're calling the question on the amendment.
Which is?
To raise it by up to 2.5. So from 1.76 is the motion that we have, the main motion, and to raise this by 0.44%.
No, two.
Yeah, I know, but up to 2.5. Sorry, 0.74%, or 64%, whatever the difference is. It's too late, 74, yeah. All right, so I'll, okay, we'll have a poll vote. Councillor Lambert?
Nay.
Nay.
This is to increase to 2.5.
All right, so that amendment fails, and we go back to the main motion, 1.76%. Can I call the question on that? Yes. All right, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
The second is the proposed 2019 operating budget increase of 2.19% be approved. Second.
Okay, any questions, or, sorry, any discussion or debate on that? All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
And three, the proposed 2019 amenity project contribution of $798,000 be approved.
And Madam Mayor, just for the record, there is that alternative motion proposed by the Finance Committee as well for Council's consideration.
I'm going to move an amendment here, but.
All right.
Somebody has a second, Councillor Gill.
Who's seconding?
Madam Mayor, sorry, just before there is a seconder, there's two options. Because there's no motion on the floor until there's a seconder, Council could just let that lapse and make the motion as written here.
The alternative motion.
Can I make that?
Or second Councillor Sofforich's motion, either option.
Okay, I'll make the motion then, because this is, it's number 2 and number 3 from what's on the screen, which is, I'll read it out. The provision of funding for the following projects totaling $92,000 be approved. Garrow Bay Trail Stairs, $57,000. Rutledge Field Stairs, $25,000. Lighthouse Park Accessibility, $10,000. And secondly, that provision of the remaining $706,000 for the library infrastructure project be deferred and reevaluated in the context of other capital infrastructure projects. Okay, and I'll speak to it quickly. We were at the Finance Committee. This did come up and was discussed quite a bit. I think it was quite unanimous on this. There are a number of capital assets that could use $706,000. Among them is Navi Jack, which we've seen, is the ferry building, which may or may not be successful in its funding application and may require a budget amendment later in the year. There's Clewick, which is easy to ignore because nobody's using Clewick and nobody's advocating for Clewick, but we continue in a sense to underemphasize Clewick. And the Art Facilities Advisory Committee is considering these art facilities and should be coming up with something by, let's say, June, initial recommendations. And I would rather keep our powder dry and keep our $706,000 until we can have some analysis of these various projects and which one is more deserving and more necessary. I would like, for example, and we've talked about it before, I think the idea of doing some form of temporary artists' facilities at Clewick is, in modular housing or something, is something we should explore. It's a real shame that they're empty or that the site is unused right now. So that's why I'm recommending that we defer the $706,000 for the library until we can have more of a holistic analysis of the various different capital projects that are pressing at the moment.
All right, did you want to speak, Councillor Gambioli? Okay, all right, can we vote on the motion then? Oh, Councillor Lambert?
So what is the $706,000 for? What, can anybody provide any kind of a breakdown of what that,
The library services of the Memorial Library is in the audience and can certainly attest to that. It is the second phase of an infrastructure project that began last year. And aside from that, the very specific details, I'm sorry, I don't have them in front of me right now. Jenny, would you be able to provide some response?
So good evening, Council, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the question, Councillor Lambert. So there are various pieces of the infrastructure that comes forward for renewal based on our renewal cycles, and they provide the opportunity to upgrade those components to current standards. So specifically, this project refers to bringing cooling and heating system components up to technological standards, and that's a chiller and a cooler in the building. We have been replacing our water lines periodically so that we don't have any breakage in those water lines, and the next phase is due up on the second floor. When we replace those water lines, it does require quite a bit of disruption to the washroom fixtures, and so we take that opportunity to renew the washroom fixtures at that time. And then we have also been gradually replacing our lighting with energy efficient LED lighting, and the next phase of that project is on the main floor and the basement level. So those are the components that are within this infrastructure renewal project.
Thank you. Well, those, to me, sound like pretty basic infrastructure requirements, and that helps me understand, and it also draws into question, it would have to be some pretty highly competitive alternative uses, and these all may be subjective, and as much as one would like to do something with Clee-Wick, this is a functioning operating facility that's been maintained at a high standard, and shouldn't get penalized for maintaining that high standard, you know, as the years go on. So I would have a hard time opting for this option at this point.
All right, so Councillor Soprovich?
Well, if you got a problem with water, especially in a library with books, you've got a serious problem. Can some of the $706,000 be attributed to the library?
Worship, I don't have the breakdown of the various components that Ms. Benedict mentioned, but yes, certainly any one of those components could be funded individually. But the water lines, as she mentioned, are also sort of connected to the refresh of the washrooms because of the water connections there. So I think all three of these projects are connected to each other, and they are the next phase. So I don't know if a breakdown is available in terms of the different components.
Okay, sorry. Council. Any other comments or questions before I call the?
So could I just remind
Yeah.
Mayor and Council that at any point, expenditures of the citizens can be made, so it doesn't necessarily, we could bring it forward another, relatively quickly at the request of council and the library board. So so that there are always options.
Right. Would council like to call the question? All right, I'll call the question. All in favor of the new motion?
Which is?
The one that is on the screen.
So it's two and three.
So we're deferring the library project and reevaluating it. So doesn't mean never, but it means we want to defer it just for tonight. All right?
Leave any certainty for the library board, price breaks, and that's it.
All right, so all in favor of the motion? Against?
Councillor Lambert.
Councillor Lambert? And so that is carried as amended. Thank you. All right, moving on to the bylaws.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move that the proposed drinking water conservation plan bylaw be adopted as per the agenda.
Second?
Okay, all in favor? I'm fading off here. Opposed, carried. Next one.
Okay, recommend.
Proposed zoning bylaw, et cetera,
Yeah.
for 7.1.
Okay. Recommend that proposed zoning bylaw number 4662, 2010, amendment bylaw number 5001, 2019 be adopted.
Second?
All in favor? Opposed, carried.
And recommend that proposed development permit 15-049 amendment, which would provide for side yard variance to accommodate the proposal, be approved.
Second?
All in favor? Opposed, carried.
And finally, that the proposed development permit 16-024, which would regulate the form and character of the proposed townhouses and landscaping and provide for front and side yard variances to accommodate the proposal, be approved.
Second?
All in favor? Opposed, carried. Item 7.2, proposed road closure and removal of highway dedication bylaw number 5007, 2019, lot 6 of Arthur Erickson Place, Evelyn Bay.
I recommend a proposed road closure and removal of highway dedication bylaw number 5007, 2019 be adopted.
All in favor? Opposed, carried. Consent agenda. No new business. Number 9.
Yep.
Councillor Thompson.
I recommend that the consent agenda items as follows be approved. Item 9.1 regarding correspondence list.
All in favor? Opposed, carried. And over to no other items, reports from mayor and council. Any reports? Councillors?
There's about 3 in a day that'll take me from morning till night, but not really at this point in time. Nobody cares.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll recommend that the oral reports from mayor and councillors be received for information.
I'll second that.
All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And we get to the public question and comment. And we have a number. So Graham McIsaac.
Well, I'm going to try and be very quick here. I know everyone's very tired, and it's not about the beeline. So that's the good news, maybe, because I think we'll all be glad when we don't actually have to discuss the beeline anymore. I do want to talk seriously a little bit about 2195 Gordon Avenue. Obviously an interesting project. It's been presented on the website. But this land is a unique and valuable property for this community, and I've just listened to the discussion about how we're short of funds for capital items. And I understand that the market value, if we sold this, is a potential $64 million gain. And I'm not even suggesting that's the right approach, but I do think we seem to have gone from public presentation of a proposal that took us straight to an outcome that we want to provide subsidised housing for moderate income people. And I think there's a lot of missing steps that the public don't seem to have been consulted, saying, here's this piece of land, here it's valuable. What do you as the public? Here's some options that the council has for the use of this land, which could include helping some of our, obviously, funding problems. And we just seem to have jumped to this as a conclusion. So my ask tonight is really seriously to consider extending the period of public consultation and broadening that consultation. And I think, Mayor Booth, you did at the Senior Centre one I was at say that you were listening and that this is something obviously to consider. And that's really my ask at this stage. I don't have any really idea what the right or the wrong solution for the use of the property is. I just don't feel people have been engaged about what the possible outcomes or even explained what process was gone through to get to the conclusion that this is how we wanted to use that property. And that's really all my ask is. And I won't keep you any longer.
Thank you, and we will take that under consideration.
Thank you very
you.
much.
Because I really want to have this misconception put to an end. The initial public consultation was done based on direction from council on a number of different scenarios. This is the consultation that we've just gone through is the very beginning part that we're going to now report to council to determine next steps. But we didn't want to do a fulsome consultation on a particular project with a particular outcome that was going to not have a point where we came back with the feedback from the community to council, which is where we're coming at currently. So we're not going from one point A to point B. There is some interim steps along the way here.
Well, I think with all due respect, I think that's what the public sees. It was published, you've made the assumption that we're going to use this land for, or that's, I mean, because we're being asked about the building farm and everything else. So with all due respect, I don't see us being presented with what the alternatives are. I just see a solution. We're going to provide subsidised housing for moderate income people, and do you want the building to be 12 stories or 6 stories or what have you? And that seems to be, even the survey doesn't give you the option to say none of the above.
Thank you.
And
And
so-
we will
sorry.
be just
I just
getting-
had to respond.
Yeah,
because-
fair enough. Great, thank you. All right, Council, Judy Chalmers.
I had a whole thing prepared here, but I'm just going to follow up from Mr. McIsaac. The problem I have with the consultation process, it just feels like it's been too rushed. Everybody's been focusing on the beeline. There hasn't been enough time for everybody to focus on 2195, and it's a very valuable piece of district-owned land. If I look at some of a couple things here, the information on the handout for 2195 Gordon is not what's being told to us. The literature states that the district would long-term lease or sell the site. But at the community liaison meeting, Mayor Booth stated the site would not be sold. So that means the option is to lease it. But that's not what we're being told in the literature. So there's a little bit of misinformation there. Both sessions I went to, Q&A sessions, February 20th, and the address session on March 5th. With regards to the long-term lease, we were told there would be no cost to the taxpayers. The literature also states no ongoing cost to the taxpayer. Yet when you look at the West Vancouverite site, it states this would reduce the risk to the taxpayer. Well, if you're reducing a risk, there had to be a risk to begin with. So there seems to be some misinformation that I'm not getting about what are you trying to tell us with regards to this site. Respectfully, I'm asking for an extension of this process so that the public can sit back from the beeline and focus forward. I, for one, haven't even received a response to my correspondence for the beeline. I received a nice thing on February 1st. I was supposed to get my response within 10 days. I still haven't got it. So there's a lot of work still being involved on the beeline. So to focus right now head on for 2195, I think we need to sit back and take a break and really reevaluate what you're telling us about this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Elias Rieger.
Hello. Sorry, it's about the beeline. My name's Elias. I'm a student at UBC. I live in Vancouver. I regularly attend the TransLink Mayors Council meetings. At these meetings, I am always hearing the mayors of the Metro Vancouver region talking about how we have to make transportation decisions as a cohesive region. Tonight, I want to bring to your attention a number of plans that have been made in the West Vancouver over the years. All of these plans mention that public transit is a priority for the district. The West Vancouver Arts and Culture Strategy points out that there are resiliency challenges to the West Vancouver artist community. These challenges include an aging population, housing costs, and transportation issues. The West Vancouver Civic Youth Strategy. Through public engagement with youth, it was decided that better public transportation is a key factor in improving the well-being of youth. The District of West Vancouver Economic Development Plan. The local economy of West Vancouver faces resiliency challenges as well due to limited transit service. The plan asserts that improving bus service will help ease congestion. The West Vancouver Environmental Strategy says that public transportation has less of an environmental impact and is more energy efficient than single occupancy vehicle use. The District of West Vancouver Strategic Transportation Plan emphasizes on sustainable modes such as walking, cycling, and public transit. The West Vancouver Official Community Plan. It is widely regarded to be the most important planning tool for the future of West Vancouver. It mentions the word transit 75 times, talks about supporting and prioritizing transit mobility and regional connections. This is just the start. There are many plans, visions, and strategies that I wasn't able to read through today, but it is clear that transit is a priority in West Vancouver's plans. Unfortunately, the motion that passed tonight to minimize parking lots and diminish dedicated bus lanes, I don't think those prioritize transit. I hope this is not a trend that continues. I want to say one last thing. I'm sorry for the abuse that council has received over the past few weeks, and I'd like to thank you for being patient and willing to listen. Thanks.
Chloe Repka. Chloe Repka. All right, maybe Chloe has left. And Percy Wang. Percy Wang. All right. And we'll move on to the second list. Christopher Colson.
I think last week I was prophetic, and here we are again talking about the Beeline. So thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, councillors. I want to echo the comments by the previous speaker. And
Can you provide your name, your address?
yes, 5431 Woodpecker Drive, Richmond, BC. Victor 7, Echo 5, Peter 4. And the guffaws, comments from the peanut gallery are not appreciated. Now, I wanted to first thank you for being patient with the abuse you've received, and I particularly want to thank female members of council for what I've perceived as a number of sexist comments and sexist abuse, and so I would apologize for that, even though I have not partaken in any of it. I am struggling to come to words because I am livid at how I perceive council as being deceived by the Stop the Road Closures movement. These people berate, they are online harassing almost, and when I come to council and give my address, my friends have expressed concern that I will be doxxed by these individuals for not living in West Vancouver. And this is really concerning. And it's concerning that people don't want to speak up in favor of the Beeline or oppose because of the culture that has come out of this. And the misinformation and the tactics of decrying or simply flat out refusing to believe statistics or data science is unbelievable. And I wish that council was like the legislature or parliament, where the heckling and jeering that we saw earlier in this chamber would have resulted in an immediate expulsion for those people, including myself when I became frustrated. And that was, I think, almost necessary at some points in this discussion. Now, the opponents have led this dystopian future of what a bus lane and removing 25 parking spots will look like. So let me present my own dystopian future without the Beeline. The Beeline will terminate at Park Royal. People will get off at Park Royal. People will not want to make the extra bus ride to Ambleside or Dunderave. Businesses in Ambleside and Dunderave will suffer. Their business market share will decrease. In the long term, money will go to Park Royal. That part of town will continue to prosper, while the rest of town does not. In the long run, businesses will leave. They will empty out. Storefronts will become empty, and so too will the precious parking spots that the Stop the Road Closures folks have worked so hard to preserve. Dunderave and Ambleside are beautiful, yes, but unique waterfront communities, Steveston, Lions Gate, Deep Cove, Birch Bay, Boundary Bay, White Rock, Horseshoe Bay, all of these also exist, and if you don't provide an effective means to get there, no one is going to come. Thank you.
Thank you for staying in those remarks, and thank you for reminding me that I do insist that people be respectful when people are speaking, no matter where they're from. West Vancouver is a welcoming community, and we want to show that. Rob Millard?
Rob Millard, 4960 Marine Drive. I'm going to address the Beeline situation. I was pleased, and again, I thank councillors for your service. It's a tough job, and you're going to make a tough decision. I was glad that you addressed some of the rhetoric. I don't do social media, but my friends that do shared with me things that were on social media and the bullying tactics and the inappropriate emails and things like that. And obviously, it touches the chord. I've lived in this community for over 20 years. I worked in this community for over 30 years. And I know it's a special community because after about my first week of working here, I went down to 7-Eleven on the way home and couldn't get in. Where I come from, 7-Elevens are open 24 hours a day. Not here. And then I moved to this community and went to rent some videos for my kids. Yes, videos, VHS. And the 24-hour video wasn't open when I went there because in West Van, it's a 24 video. They're not open 24 hours. So it's a unique community. And what I found frustrating about it, I ended up loving, and I've lived here for, like I said, I raised 2 kids in this community for over 20 years. I'm concerned that you're going to, like I said before, leave money on the table. Working with the school district, I didn't agree with a lot of the things they did sometimes, but they always seem to be able to find money and grants. And when money's put there by TransLink, TransLink is an easy target, okay, for bashing and stuff like that. But I hope when it comes down to making the decision, like I said last week, which seems like a year ago, that it's based on the facts. And as the gentleman said before me with the rhetoric and disinformation, that it's based on facts and what you think as councillors and elected representatives, what is best for West Vancouver, okay, moving forward. And it may be a tough decision, but I hope you base it on not what's going to happen in an election 4 years from now or whatever, but what is based on, because you were elected to make those tough decisions. So I thank you for that, and I'm also glad that although it wasn't exactly what I wanted, that there was some unanimous decision making at the end of it all, and that you addressed the inappropriate behavior that was going on in council. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Tunner?
Madam Mayor, just while there's a pause in speakers, a friendly reminder to council that if they wish to proceed past 10 o'clock, a motion will be required. So that's about 15 minutes away. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it sounds like a public service announcement. Well, we've got we've got 4 more speakers who have 3 minutes each, so we can get them in 12 minutes, because that math I can do at this hour.
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say a few words to underline the fact that there are opportunities for options. Up to now, the debate has been focused almost entirely on the shortcomings of what I call Plan A from TransLink. And, you know, when I heard some of the public reactions, I thought, well, let's give this some thought and see whether we can have some alternatives here, including, I'm reading things like the North Shore News, you know, which maybe misled me, but I thought something essential was coming up today. So you've all received this, whether you've had time to look at it. If this device works, does this show up? Well, it's not very good.
No, it's right. It's good.
Anyway, if anybody is interested in having a copy, I'll provide you one. So my suggestion to council, which actually I get the impression that it's actually happening, is to take a time out to consider alternatives. That's my basic message. And I had the apprehension, or maybe I slightly still have the apprehension, that the current choice before council will be between a flawed plan, namely the TransLink Plan A, which clearly is a non-flyer, or nothing. And it's partly the money that will be left on the table, but more importantly, it's the time that it'll take for anything else to happen. And for many decades now, we've been after Ambleside renewal. And this could be an opportunity to get it started. I'd just like to say briefly that in the current plan, bus lanes are impaired by right turns and parking. The scheme that I've shown here, and this is only a suggestion, it's not actually a recommendation, but a completely different plan is possible, which would answer many of the objections, legitimate objections that have been raised by the public. So instead of an impaired bus lane, you could have a dedicated bus lane. Instead of a single through lane, you could have 2 through lanes. Instead of loss of parking, consider, I don't know what the parking numbers are, but if there's supposedly a loss of 25 spots, say there are 250 spaces, that's 10%. All you have to do to compensate for that is shorten the parking period a bit. However, there's also underutilized parking in the rear of buildings. There's a lot being said about ridership.
Mr. Tenner, we've got your plans.
Yeah.
We're going to get engineering to look at them, but I've got to keep you to
I'm
3 minutes.
almost finished.
You have
To end at
10
Park Royal.
10 seconds.
To end at Park Royal, I think nullifies, as was pointed out earlier, potential business opportunities. And
Mr. Tenner, we've got your submission, and it's great. It's clear, very clear, and I now see you've got your plan there, and we're going to review it for sure. And now we have 30 days.
And I've had no feedback about it as yet, although I presented it yesterday.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Joshua Millard.
Try a new chair this time. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This will be the 3rd or 4th meeting. I actually can't even remember that I've spoken to you at. My name is Joshua Millard. I grew up in West Vancouver. I was elected by the students of Capilano to represent their interests in a variety of ways, and because I grew up in West Vancouver, representing their interests in terms of transit here became one of them. And as you know, our position was for this B-line to go all the way through, and as it seems that will not be the case, we do believe that is unfortunate, but we're also hopeful that you will consider to look at further transit improvements, and that you will consult with the Capilano Students' Union or continue the dialogue that we've already started. As far as comments on the consultation process and how things have gone, I did want to say that I know for a great many issues, students often come up against very vocal opposition, generally things like pipelines, inequality, and such. Students are usually, or the younger generations are, the greatest proponents of fighting against those injustices and things, and they receive correspondence back to them that is not always pleasant. And I know, as I've talked to many of you, and that you are aware, that has also been the case for this issue, unfortunately. And I think that looking at ways that can be mitigated would be a good step, as we always want our students to be actively engaged in any sort of civic discussions, and having any sort of weird things like
harassment by fake Twitter accounts and like messages talking about their hair color and stuff like that is just inappropriate, and it's really disheartening. At the Capilano Students' Union recently, we had a workshop on violence in the workplace and how we can mitigate that. And we talked about kind of privilege and aggression. For me, as a tall white guy who kind of grew up with quite a lot of privilege, there's very few situations where I kind of fear speaking up. But I know at some of the consultations we've had, they've been very aggressive spaces. Say at the community center with over 200 people, lots of jeering, lots of heckling, lots of aggression. And there were quite a lot of people, and some might agree with me, but there were quite a lot of people that do not feel comfortable speaking in those situations. So I would just ask, on behalf of the Capilano Students' Union, that moving further, when we look at further transit improvements or anything, I think the one piece of feedback I would give to you is for any consultation process to look at how we can make those spaces to get feedback from the community as safe as possible for all demographics, and not just those that are usually granted time to speak when others are not. So, thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize.
To clarify, there seems to be confusion that...
I'll clarify
Thank you,
that.
yeah.
Just that the Beeline discussion is continuing past Park Royal, and we're going to get a staff report around that. Yes. Speaking of some of these items around discussion, there is discussion continuing on the Beeline past Park Row. So that's the message you can take back. And I do apologize on behalf of the community around the environment that has been at times prevalent, that where people didn't feel comfortable speaking. I'm very sorry for that. So we'll move on to Mr. Malkin.
This wasn't about... Are we on? This wasn't about the Beeline, but I would like to say one or two things. First of all, no one from Stop the Road Closures are thugs, and we're not going to go and locate someone's house and do anything, because that's certainly not what we're about. We are mostly actually the silent majority that doesn't speak out about things. If anyone wants to question any of the facts that we stated, I'd love them to question them, because they are facts and not a theoretical number like TransLink had. Anyway, I'm actually here to speak very briefly about Gordon House, or 2195 Gordon Community Engagement, and the fact that I would like to go and see it extended as to most of the people that I have been communicating with. I don't know why there was no option on the survey to reject all of the options that were there. It makes very little sense. This again would appear to be a survey with questions leading to a predetermined conclusion, rather like some of the ones for the Beeline. I don't want to take any of your time of the evening, but again request that community engagement is postponed so that the proposal can be examined properly, as it would be a tragedy to leave $60 million on the table with so many large infrastructure projects coming up. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Malkin. That will be taken under consideration. One fact I do want to completely refute is I have not heard any report or information about a $60 million number. That is out in the community. I don't know where it's come from, but it is not a fact that has been supported that I've seen.
It's actually on the website. In the Q&A section, you talk about the market value being $80 million, and we know the cost is 16 to 64 million.
Did you say 16 or 60?
No, okay, sorry. Just very quickly, just to clarify, Madam Mayor. If you go to your website, you actually have clarified in the Q&A section that the potential market value of the land is 80 million. The cost to the municipality was 16. So the unrealized gain, if you sold it, is 64 million. That's my math. Maybe I did my math wrong.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. But I have heard these numbers floated around and used in different contexts than they've been presented. So just, yeah. Okay. Carol-Ann Reynolds.
Caroline Reynolds, West Van Matters. I was going to talk about the budget, but I will mention it. The 2195 Gordon, I do echo what Mr. McIsaac had said and others have said. That should be extended. I won't go into the details about why it was misleading. We want to thank Mark Chan, who came and kindly gave the experience. It was very nice, and he said he'd take it back to you. I have a couple of questions on the budget, and I will end up with a statement on the beeline. That'll be the parting thing. The budget information that Ms. Gordon supplied was really impressive. There was so much. It was even the questions and answers at some of the budget meetings, and that was really appreciated. It answered a lot of questions. However, sitting at the back observing, it did seem as if not all of you really understood what was going on in that budget and what the options and things were. And I think that applies to the public as well. And so what I was surprised to hear that the decision had to be made tonight. So I hope that you can get more information and more collaboration on that for later. So I do recommend that you honor gifts, heritage gifts that are given to the community, because Brissenden and Clewick are very sad. And in Ms. Gordon's recommendations, she does say that when you get a gift, you should make sure you include the maintenance of that. So it's not a sudden thing, and then things are not maintained and we lose them. So I really thought there was a lot about that. So my last thing is about the beeline. As I said, I got mixed information. We're still getting mixed facts from people. It just drives me crazy. But I'm really pleased that you followed my plea to you. You have kept calm, and now you're going to carry on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that's the end of the speakers list. Oh, Ms. McCarthy. Oh, yeah, sorry, it is 10 o'clock, so we'd have to have a motion to go past 10 o'clock.
I'll move that Ms. McCarthy, anyone who sits through 4 hours of council meeting.
All right, we'll get a motion. Motion to go past 10 o'clock?
Move second.
Yes. All in favor?
Elaine McCarg, 1140 Duchess Avenue. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for everything that you've done and for this evening. My question is about 21 Gordon Avenue, because my understanding was the fact that this was very early preliminary work and was really, my understanding from the meeting that I was in with Mark Chan, which he did a phenomenal job at explaining that this was really kind of a getting out and, beating the reeds or whatever the line is. And so I just would like to understand, when we talk about consultation being closed, what that would mean on Friday, and then what might be the next step after this.
Ms. Lemus?
Thank you, and thank you, Elaine. So ultimately, I guess there's a context piece here, and so the note that I made is that in some certain cases, it's probably really important when we do the consultation to be able to provide that context, which is that council saw a number of different scenarios about the 2195 Gordon Avenue property, landed on 1 or 2 or 3 different themes, and directed staff to go out and consult on those themes and report back as a first sort of measure, just to test. This community hasn't done, not subsidized housing, but hasn't done
Purpose-built.
Workforce housing, hasn't done a lot of these projects before, and so this was our opportunity to test the community. And I think in a very short period of time, Mr. Chan and his staff met with over 700 different people, got 700 different responses, with the intent of reporting back to council what was heard, based on the direction council gave staff on the different scenarios. So if there's an overwhelming commentary from the community that they want housing for seniors, or we've heard about different types of supportive housing or amenities going in, those will be reported to council, and if council so chooses, we will go back out and consult on a more refined plan, or council may take that information and do with it as it sees fit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Councillor Thompson would like to be part of the public.
I do. I actually just wanted to...
Just go stand up there.
Yeah, you gotta move over there. Yeah.
I just wanted to comment, because over these weeks, we've heard a lot of concern over public abuse and things like that in the situation. And, you know, just as a receiver of communications on a number of levels, I want to let you know, I mean, speaking publicly is intimidating for most people, quite honestly. When you add hostility to it, it's a bad thing. And I think as a district, we really need to, and council, we need to really discuss how we're going to manage those situations. But it has been coming from both sides. Just from the email correspondence we had, I think when you get targeted personally and directly, it's uncomfortable. And I think you get a lot of that on social media. But if there's one thing, again, someone who deals in the face of public comment day in, day out, you've got to manage it yourself too. And, you know, be careful about where you're putting yourself out for those comments. So I just want to say I really appreciate that, and we'll do all we can to mitigate it. And thanks for your comments.
All right, so can we get a motion to adjourn? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, council.